All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for your viewership tonight. My name is Matt Yensick. I am the founder and head game master here at Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain. And I am excited and happy to bring you episode 5 of a little something we're calling Sword in the Darkness. I'm pretty sure this is going to end up being about, based on our current rate of speed and maybe a few little things coming, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a 7 or 8 episode series, so we should be finishing up. We're in the final stretch, I guess, right now. I wanted to just first sort of make an announcement, just to let you know, for those of you who have been watching along, we did have some audio issues for episode, I believe it was 2 and 3. So for some reason, my audio as the game master was crystal clear, but my players were very, very crackly. We're not really sure what caused that, but I want to let all of you know that all of the games that we play here live are all being recorded in Zoom. So if that does indeed happen, first of all, I apologize in advance. And just so that you know, within about 24 hours, usually the next day, I will upload a recorded version, and the recording is usually crystal clear, or actually not usually, it's always been crystal clear. So if you're just too frustrated, if it's really annoying, I apologize in advance. We are making little tweaks and changes with every episode just to sort of identify where the problem is, but we're not 100% sure at this point. But just rest assured, we will have a crystal clear version with very nice audio up the next day, tomorrow, if it doesn't work out for tonight. The other thing I kind of wanted to say, and this is a little bit not off topic, but it's off Sword in the Darkness. We've been going up tremendously for me and this channel, tremendously in viewership. And though we're a very small channel, we're under 500 subscriptions. We've been, I'm not sure if people are spreading the word and sending and sharing and all of that. But for those of you out there that are doing that, thank you very much. It really helps, and it means a lot to me. I think what we're doing here is really cool. I'm really excited and happy to be working with people that I've known for many years and people that I've gamed with for many years. It's really a lot of fun. I think they are doing a fantastic job, and the fact that you would go and share or spread the word or just peek in or give us a chance really means a lot to me as someone that sort of sees themselves as the person that runs this channel. It means a lot, and I'm glad that my players are getting the views that they and the appreciation that they very much deserve. With that in mind, we do have a special guest player who will be with us tonight, James Benito, a friend of ours who we've known for quite some time, will be on tonight. I'm not sure if for those of you that may or may not be watching the intro credits, you probably already saw that. But enough of my soliloquy here. Let's shift to another soliloquy by way of an introduction and a summary as to where we are currently in our game. So this morning, the people of Frankreich were celebrating the Day of the Green. This was meant to be a day of laughter and of friendship and remembrance, until the Seraphinians, a group of extremist revolutionaries, attempted to kidnap Provost Edward Pomeroy, mayor of Braves, and announced their intentions to smash the monarchy and restore power to the people. Our heroes naturally intervened, and while later interrogating a mage of the Guild of the Arts Cosmique, learned that all was not what it seemed. Under the stresses of interrogations, Mage Laflame burst into a viscous black ichor, not unlike that left by cosmic monstrosities. The death did not go unnoticed, and our heroes were confronted by an old adversary, fellow mage Marine Barbier, who demanded to know why they had cold-bloodedly murdered her colleague. When they revealed the truth that Laflame had seemingly perished upon being asked their true nature, who they really were, Mage Barbier proposed a bargain. She would arrange to have a man falsely accused of murder freed, and our heroes would attend a meeting of the Seraphinians that night to glean what information they could. And so our 4 heroes, Francois, Henri, Ile, and Philippe, descended into the underground mines and ossuaries beneath Braves, attending the secret meeting. Taking stock afterward, our heroes departed, unsure of exactly what they had witnessed, exactly how they would contact Mage Laflamme to relay what they knew, and exactly how they were going to inform her or have her stop the execution of an innocent man. And now, across the city, celebrations grow quiet, and drunken revelers, numbed from the pains of their daily lives, stumble home. A few who've had a little too much to drink pass out in the dark shadows of alleyways. If these few are lucky, they will awaken in the morning with all of their valuables and belongings. If these few are very lucky, they will awaken with their lives. And in the back alleys of the dark district, a quarantined area of Braves reserved for the afflicted, a man by the name of Gatifer Ribault descends into an old mine beneath the city. Gatifer has the bite marks of attack dogs on his arm and bruises across the bridge of his nose and his forehead. A few hours earlier, local authorities beat him in an attempt to track down several suspects, our heroes, who were involved in the terrorist actions of this morning. As badly as Gatifer's condition appears, however, he now wears a fresh coat, fresh pair of gloves, and several other items of clothing that appear to have been freshly acquired, traded perhaps, in an effort to throw the king's army, the local authorities, the constabulary, off the trail of our heroes. Gatifer weaves his way through the twisting passages beneath the city for quite some time, until finally he enters a great underground hall, so dark and so large that the floor gives way to darkness and shadow, and the walls are not visible. Gatifer kneels. He raises his hand to his mouth and then spits up a fresh gold livre, a gold coin, which he had been carrying under his tongue. It had been given to him by our heroes. Raising his hand, he offers the gold coin to the darkness. He waits, and soon small skeletal creatures, their bones clattering and rattling, emerge from the darkness and surround him. One of the skeletal creatures steps forward and takes the coin from his hand, raises it to where its nose should be, and sniffs. The skeletal creature raises its head and looks at the mine ceiling, as if thinking, then looks back at the coin, and then back to the ceiling, as if trying to locate something or someone. A trick of the light gives the skull an odd appearance, as if it were actually smiling. And now, gentle viewers, let us meet and catch up with our heroes. All right. So, here we are, and I think we've all agreed, and we've been talking, that a few hours have passed since the events of the night before. Henri, can you tell us a little bit about what we had decided, or what you all had decided to do, and where you had decided to go? And you don't have to tell us too much because I've got that detail, but.
Yes, well, Henri being kind of connected to the underworld, like the criminal underworld of Braves, has many contacts who, owe him favors, and he's done work for that, allow him access to some safe houses scattered throughout the city. And seeing that we are fugitives, at least from the mages of the Arts Cosmique, we found it prudent that rather than staying in an inn or other, legit establishment, that we would find one of these safe houses. And we decided against going to a cobbler just because it was in his upstairs apartment that Mage LaFlame decided to blow up into a black goo.
Mm.
We decided to go to one of my other locations.
And so I
Who,
take it. Oh, go ahead, Henri. I'm
no,
sorry.
I was gonna say, and it's the site of a person that some of these people actually had met before in a previous episode or
And
interlude.
and so is this kind of, and I'm so sorry. For now, James will remain silent, and we were going to bring him in a little bit later. He sees nothing, he hears nothing, he says nothing. So are we all kind of in agreement? This is what we have done. So you have decided that you're going to hightail it to the safe house that Henri and his contact are providing. And then you're going to get yourselves some well-earned, well-deserved rest. Is that what we're all kind of doing at this point? Okay, cool.
Correct.
So let me ask you guys this then. Getting to the safe house, is there anything you kind of wanted to take care of on the way? If not, we'll just skip right to rest and relaxation.
Is this a fairly urban area that we're going through, or
Well,
are there plants growing?
well, I don't know.
around?
Is Henri, are you going to tell them where they're going? I can, of course, provide the description of the area, but do you have
Sure.
a general? Do you want to let Elaine know?
Yeah, so it's if I remember correctly, it's an area of town where there's a lot of demons and there's a fighting pit in there. So whether there's a lot of vegetation, that I'm not clear on. I'll let you
Yeah.
I'll let you describe that part.
Yeah. So Henri is leading the three of you, because I'm so sorry again, James, you are not quite there yet, toward the Brave Cemetery, which is the largest cemetery in all of Frankreich. And being so, it's most likely the largest cemetery in the world. And it sits at the center of what's come to be known as the Dark District, which is an area of ill repute there within the city. So it was once a beautiful and majestic resting place for the wealthiest and maybe the most noble of citizens, that has fallen into disrepair. That changed 7 years ago when the flood of cosmic darkness killed so many that it was overrun by those looking to bury their dead. So its 150 acres or so of land are now packed with thousands of stone and mortar mausoleums, stacks of rotting wooden coffins, and dozens of burn pits, which even today still smolder. And nestled deeply within all of this are tent encampments of the afflicted, who, refusing to be corralled into the various quarantine districts across Braves, have made their homes among the cursed lands of the dead in this cemetery. So the encampments and the graves and the mausoleums and the small, there are even some, as you were sort of talking about, there were some small areas of green, are all interconnected by a webwork of claustrophobic cobblestone streets. The Braves Constabulary and King's Army, they occasionally make their way into the cemetery. They don't stay for very long for fear of being infected themselves. And the source and the ways of infection are still very much up in the air. No one quite knows the truth of how people become infected. So there are hundreds, if not thousands, of afflicted humans living here in relative peace and quiet, away from the dirty glances and the scorn of the general population. So, Elay, to answer your question, TLDR, it's packed in here. You've just headed into and toward a cemetery. So if you want to like do something on the way or just before you cross over, you're able to do that.
Okay, so I'm getting a sense that there aren't a lot of like potentially medicinal herbs growing in this vicinity? It sounds like it's just like dead,
I
rotting.
will totally give you. I actually like this idea. And you
You
know
would
what?
be surprised.
Yeah, you'd be surprised
Okay.
what grows in the fertile ground, in the
Yeah.
soiled fertile ground of the dead.
Yeah.
Of
Or out of the corpses.
yeah. So
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of picturing like lots of wreckage, smoke.
yeah. Why don't you, if
but-
you want? I mean, that's what
Yeah.
you're looking for, are that sort of thing. Go ahead and make a roll. Tell me how you're going to find any of this.
Okay, so I'm gonna look in places where I know herbs grow, maybe under if there's any, I don't know, shadowy places where the light's kind of hidden, or if there's just anywhere that looks like it's been relatively undisturbed by feet or by foraging. Places like those where they might be
Sounds
growing.
good. So are you applying any effort using an ability?
Not
or
really a lot of effort. I don't think I have any abilities in this. Other than like, my mother was a healer and she dabbled in herblery, and so I learned those skills from working with her.
So just a straight roll?
Could I offer an assist?
Why not?
Ooh.
I have the skill identify and use natural plants. I have never used it.
Oh, this is your
I would like
15
to
seconds.
at least, yes. Just pointing
Yay.
out different things along the way. Maybe something sounds familiar.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, other streamed games start with a bang. We here like to start with truffles,
An herb.
digging for truffles, essentially is what
And
this is.
stinging nettles.
Yeah. Ow, I got a thorn in me. So why don't you go ahead with Frank on the assist, Philippe on the assist.
Okay, so that's 14.
a 14. For a 14, yeah. As a matter of fact, this is such a good question. I didn't even have an answer prepared for it. I'm going to say that you find an herb. We can name it later, which, when chewed upon, gives you a very natural, caffeine-free high. And it's maybe of use in various concoctions that you can mix, but it may be of further use perhaps just as a trade for something else. And you can write down whatever you want, call it whatever you want. We can call it the Toussaint or something.
It is invasive. It is from outside the wall.
That's right. Well, that would be anything from you, Philippe, would be invasive.
Yes.
5-hour energy.
Right.
We'll come up with a name later.
Yeah, why not?
Aside from that, I'm just, in between kind of looking through my scarf that I've been knitting out of the monster hair yarn that I picked up earlier yesterday.
Okay. Anyone else? Or shall we just get to the safe house? So with that then, someone actually meets you. One of the contacts, or I should say one of the underlings of your contact, Henri, meets you at a rather odd place on a street corner where you would least expect there to be, well, a real entrance for this cemetery. But then the underling explains to you that you'll be taking a secret passage in order to get into the cemetery, and that the cemetery is, for all intents and purposes, cut off from the rest of Braves because of these squatter camps of afflicted. And you're led down again into a sewer and led through the sewers until you come up in Brave Cemetery. And the moment that the manhole cover is shifted aside and a waft of fresh air hits each and every one of you as you climb out of the sewer, and your guide, the underling, pulls you up one by one, you take a look around in the cemetery and you're struck just by how claustrophobic the environment is, how tombstones are laid upon tombstones, how there's the fresh scent of the burn pits and honestly, of something, unfortunately, cooking. And that cooking may be human flesh. There's the image of piles of wooden coffins stacked with corpses inside rotting away. There's no other places now. There are so many dead. There are no other places in which to store them. Your guide, the underling, leads you through these claustrophobic, cramped cobblestone streets to a mausoleum that is located under something called the Bridge of Sadness, and composed of stone and metal reinforced wood. The 5 bridges that contain the cemetery, the 5 bridges that arc over the cemetery, were built across it so that ordinary citizens could move from one point to another without inconvenience and without having to deal with the unsavory ilk that populate the cemetery. You are under the Bridge of Sadness, the largest of these 5 bridges. And this underling leads you to a mausoleum of no particular design, of no particular color. In the darkness, it's kind of hard to see what it might be. No particular architecture. It's the perfect safe house. It does not stand out. It is gray in every aspect of its being. Presses some panels on it, and the door that you were not expecting, because the front door does not open, but a side panel composed of stones and masonry slides aside, and another waft of musty air hits you. And the underling explains and shows you how to open the door, how to close it. And then you enter the mausoleum, and you have the night now to rest. So, do you guys want to just head straight to sleep? Or do you want to get anything done at this moment?
Personally, I would like to take off my armor. No one will bother us here. It is this cemetery renowned for its standoffishness since before it is in this condition.
The underling bows to you and assures you that you will not be disturbed. I promise you.
We are safe here.
You
Yes.
are under the protection of Viscardi Zane. No one will disturb you here.
There
And-
aren't any monstrosities that feed off of corpses or the
But they-
recently.
You say
or
this out
long dead.
loud?
No, I'm just checking because I don't know if my character knows this.
There are, but probably not in the walls of Frank Reich.
Probably is the operative word there, or is the key word. Probably. But there are from time to time creatures that make it, monstrosities that make it into and through. So
Okay, I'd like to do a little quick check just to make sure that we're alone.
all right. Anyone assisting or working with her on this one?
I can assist. I probably have a couple of skills that are exploration
Helpful.
skills. So
Yeah.
yeah, I've got curiosity. I've got eye for detail, stuff like that. So
Mhm.
should be able to assist pretty.
Yeah. So do we
Helpfully.
want to do this then, Ele? Do you have a skill specifically geared towards like those things that Henri just mentioned? Would you like him to do the search and then maybe you can assist so that he can
I also have eye for detail, investigative skills.
boom. Why don't we use that then? Which one do you want to
okay.
use?
Ooh, which would be better for this?
Well,
Just off the top
investigative
of my
skills I've
head.
just seen as like sort of like not tracking skills, but like odd things out of place. Eye for detail is, to me anyway, more about like noticing the way things are set up and how they work and that sort of thing. But I might be wrong. That's just the way I interpret them. I'm thinking like investigative, but that's just my suggestion.
Okay, we'll go with that then.
So you're going with investigative skills. Are you applying any effort?
Yeah, I'll apply 1 level of effort.
Okay. And then you're getting an assist from Henri, so we've got 3. Go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. That is a 13.
Looking this over, and it is as the underling states, at least to your kind of knowledge and ability. This place shows the telltale marks of having helped half a dozen to a dozen miscreants, freeloaders, ne'er-do-wells from time to time in its history, but it doesn't show any signs of having been penetrated by monstrosities or creatures or any other types along those lines.
Okay. Thank you.
It feels safe, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I guess
the underling is
I'll
still kind
start-
of bowing, just waiting for your okay to leave or for any questions you may have. Or
Okay.
I'll slide him a couple of leaves into his palm. So I think that's what he's waiting for.
he looks at them and he nods to you in thanks, and they just disappear, like without even him putting them into his lapels or whatever, into his coat. They just disappear, like almost into his sleeve. Anyone else? Francois?
No.
Okay.
I just immediately find a dark corner and take off my sword belt and drop my hammer and take my armor off.
Mm-hmm. It's an incredible relief for you. But there's an incredible odor that suddenly fills the room for
Sorry,
everyone else.
everybody. Sorry.
with all the
As
seals
soon as
off
he takes
and,
one boot off.
right. It's just almost steam.
Feels good.
And then, like there's vapor that just like wafts up. And I assume the underling is kind of waiting, and you are all right then?
I'm okay.
I'll return in the morning. Until then, if you need anything, just any, like, shows you and indicates like maybe a signal or something like that. We can make it up later. If you need anything, please just let us know. You are under the protection of Viscardi Zane now. And then he just backs out, waves his hand along that panel or whatever it was, and all of the stone and the mortar just like grind along the ground and then just seal back into place. And when this happens, lanterns, macabre lanterns that have no visible source of fuel or power, light the room. And the 4 of you stand there in the flickering, 3 of you stand, Philippe on the floor trying to get his other boot off, lit by the darkness. And there's, as you sort of look around, you can see that there's like cots and there's like softer like pillows filled with hay and things like that, where you can, it's not the Ritz-Carlton, but it will do in a pinch.
I go over to one of the sleeping areas of hay, and I turn 3 circles around and plop down and kind of move the hay a little bit, and then fall asleep.
What is it? You make biscuits?
I need the hay and then fall asleep.
All right. Everyone else just heading to sleep?
Philippe is already snoring, and he is holding a monstrosity molar to his chest.
Yeah, about the monstrosity molar. I'm not going to say anything right now, but just to sort of let you know, there are several items that our heroes have acquired over the last 4 games that they have yet to really inspect. I've given them a really cursory kind of description of what they do, but I haven't really given them the nitty-gritty details. So I'm not going to say anything now, except I did. But perhaps, yeah, got it. But is everyone else just hitting the hay?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a little spot for Gerald to sleep in as well.
Yeah. And so Gerald like hops down like out of like a little hiding spot, maybe under your hair and like behind like in your hood or something. And he runs across to that little spot. And can I ask you, I just want to double check this here. You are wearing the clothing of a refugee from the street, just to sort of confirm this, correct? Otherwise,
yeah, I guess.
I was going to say, otherwise I have to retroactively take out that little thing I mentioned at the beginning of our
No.
story.
I think we like
That was...
I laundered the clothes and then I gave them to him.
Yeah, that was the right answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I still have my corset and stuff, but
right, like the main stuff, but you were throwing them off the scent. I believe it was Francois's idea, or the two of you. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I know that.
Yeah, I suggested that we grab some TNA, textiles and apparel from some locals to swap out, because people had seen us.
Yeah.
Walking around with Mage LaFlame, who's suddenly dead.
And
so.
Ilay, I think, was the most, I hate to say it, but most guilty or most like conspicuous
Culpable.
of all. Like
Right.
I'm not
leading,
the most culpable.
leading
I tried
Mage
to
LaFlame like on a practically on
I'm
a
not the one who
leash.
pushed
Like,
the guy out the window.
well,
That's fair.
if you hadn't kidnapped Mage LaFlame, none of this would have happened. The game would have gone in a very different direction. Let's just say that.
Well, he was also very much trying to like make me his little puppet. So.
And so through the night, you rest. I'm not going to make us run through any rolls, but darkness sets in, and almost as if sensing your fatigue, the lights begin to dim, so there's just enough light. If you need to get up, move around, the lights will allow you to see just enough. And you sleep. So let's meet Enzo, who is a busy bee today, I think. So Enzo, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Sure. Well, Enzo, that's what you can call me. That's what I have most people call me. I work in the docks, and I've got a history of transporting some interesting materials, but mostly above the table. Have a nice cushy job, but there's a lot of excitement and adventure and money to be made on the side, outside of those who regulate. And I know my way around Braves. I know my way around all of Frankreich for the most part. Stay out of certain parts because for safety in business, it's not good to meddle in other territories where I'm not a major player, so to speak. But yeah, I'm busy. I'm always busy. I have something. I'm always delivering something, bringing something, taking something, various sizes, various items.
Tonight, can I ask, you have a few items that you're going to be delivering. You don't have to tell us what they are, and actually, to be honest, I don't think I told you what they are because you're not this type that really asks questions about what you're delivering. But you're on a little bit of a mission here for tonight, and there's 2 items you're delivering. And the first one, I believe, on your list, do you happen to know where this first item is going?
Yeah, actually, I have some notation about this particular. It's in a wooden box, and it looks like the sender, good friend of mine, does some fantastic work with metal. I have something for Henri, if he's available. I understand folks are sleeping, but
it's very late, right? But you work at all hours of the night, of course.
I do. There is no standard or priority overnight. This is just, you get it when you get it.
Yes, and actually, in some ways, that's a real benefit there. I mean, you may get it, like ordinarily it would be delivered by a legit delivery service, say, 8 or 9 in the morning, but here it could be 5 or 6 when the Enzo delivery service comes knocking at your door. So from what I understand, though, you have some rather important information which you've been given about where Henri happens to be. And so can you tell us maybe where you're headed right now?
Sure, I should. Um,
And-
I'm headed towards a particular location that these characters know very well. They happen to be resting there. Um, Despite um, the secretive and uh, underworld connectedness of things, I also have my contacts, but I'm doing work. I'm keeping everyone happy. So yeah, I'm headed to that safe house.
And so as you approach the Braves cemetery, you know right where to go. You go to that particular spot, that particular corner, where Henri, Philippe, Ile, and Francois had met the underling. And the underling is there waiting for you. And at this point, the sun is actually starting to come up, I should say. What little limited amount of sunshine is cutting through the clouds and causing a hazy kind of light to fill the air. It's a very smoky, foggy sort of environment right now. And the underling steps out of the darkness and, welcome, Enzo. Viscardi has told me that you would be on your way, but I had no idea that it would be quite so early or perhaps quite so late. I'm not really sure how to describe it, but tell me, you were heading to the cemetery. Was there someone here that you needed to speak with or deliver to?
Yep, I work all hours of the day, and this smell never gets old. I have something for an Henri, and I understand he is here.
Those were the magic words. Viscardi had told me of this, so please allow me. And he pulls that very same steel manhole cover out of the way, and he gestures and he leads you down into the catacombs and then takes you, threading your way in the darkness. And in some ways, you actually know better than he does. He's sort of a wet behind the ears underling, and you're just sort of maybe entertaining him and allowing him to sort of do his thing and not embarrassing him. He wants to be helpful and show you the way, but you've done this probably a million times before. And now, as you emerge, that familiar smell of the burn pits, the smells of the rot, and the smells of, even within there, some of that green hit you as you emerge from the catacombs beneath. Can you tell me a little bit about, like, how would you react to this? Like, how does this not faze you? Are you disgusted by it? How does Enzo feel about the Brave Cemetery and the condition it's in?
Enzo's not a stranger to this area. As a matter of fact, it's one of those things where if I know where I'm going, you got to be prepared. So Enzo dips his hand into his messenger bag, opens a little container, puts his fingers in it, and then rubs it over his nose. Puts his hand back inside the bag and proceeds as if the smell doesn't bother him. Well
prepared indeed. And so, again, the underling is leading you along the way, twists and turns, and you realize at a certain point, we must be going to that mausoleum underneath the Bridge of Sadness. And you kind of know, but again, you humor him and allow him to take the lead the way that maybe, a young, wet behind the ears kid might want to do. Let's go back now and go back to Francois, Ile, Philippe, and Henri. You've spent the last 5, 6, 7 something hours sleeping it off. And you probably haven't had sleep like this in quite a long time. It has been a long time. Yesterday was a very long day. And as you awaken, I'm not really sure what you would be doing. Is there anything in particular? Anyone feels like they would be the first one to wake up or the last one to wake up?
My bladder would probably wake me up before everybody else.
Go. It's that old prostate, just age and the just that pressure. Okay, so are you going out? I assume that you're going outside. You're gonna have to kind of go
Yeah. Well, I'm get that wherever the nearest place would be.
It's
to take care
generally
of
not
that.
considered good form to pee inside of a mausoleum,
Right.
nor actually outside. Now
And
that
I
I
would
think about it, but
I would assume there's no bathroom built into this place.
no, there's the
They,
dead
they
don't.
Didn't, they didn't have that in mind.
The
when
dead
they
can hold
built
it.
a mausoleum.
They can hold
Right.
it. All right then. So you run your hand along that panel and press that lever maybe, and sure enough, the grinding sound of stone and mortar fill your ears as that doorway opens up, and then the relatively fresh air of the cemetery hits you, and you find a little spot to do your business. This is, ladies and gentlemen, I've never role-played and described peeing more than I've described it in this game, and that would mean 2 times. There was like in episode 2 or 3 with Elay, and now there's...
It was last time.
Okay, or 4, and now there's Francois 5. Okay. Anyone else, Philippe or Henri or Elay, are you up to anything? Maybe he will...
I am sleeping in.
Okay. Good enough. Henri or Elay?
I probably feel a bit restless since my neck is probably more on the line over the disappearance of the flame.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sort of fiddling with cleaning my weapons, seeing if I can find any more things that are of value that are sort of scattered around the vicinity.
There's nothing in particular here as you look around. This is not something you have to really roll for. Looking at the mausoleum, it looks like it's original. It's 100-something years old, maybe. But who, came to rest there? It's been cleared out and cleaned out. And now it really is operating as a safe house. There are no dead that you're aware of here. I mean, you would have to make essentially some macabre rolls, some rolls for the darkness, toward the darkness, to sort of really sniff that out. But for all intents and purposes, it just feels like a very old mausoleum that has been literally converted into a safe house, and now you are the only occupants. Philippe is sleeping in. Henri?
Henri is he tends to wake up early and he sleeps deeply, but gets up early, does some being the martial artist that he is, he'll do some tai chi and some exercises, limbering his old bones up. And he knows that Viscardi always takes care of his guests, and so he finds some coffee,
maybe some liquor if he wants it.
Yeah, brews up some coffee in the morning, and just sits and ponders and muses what the events of last night, and still kind of stewing over what exactly is happening, and how he could what's the next steps.
Yeah.
Which he's not really sure of. He's pretty conflicted as to what exactly he should be doing.
All right. So with that, Francois, well, let's say this. Enzo, you can't help but smile as you're greeted by the image of a young reject mage of the arts cosmique relieving himself and maybe whistling a tune. I don't know. You just sort of, well, I will say that the underling looks at you and kind of apologizes and says they're a little rough around the edges.
It's always interesting to catch someone during a live stream.
Oh, you should get 1 XP for that. I'm just going to say 1 XP. Oh my gosh, that's so good.
And then when I'm finished, I'll have an X. pee situation
You
going
you
on.
indeed will. My goodness, it's just going on and on and on. This is why they tune in. This is why you tune in, viewers, gentle viewers. So with that, Enzo, are you going to be? Let me ask you this. Would you know Francois at all? What do you
Would
think?
not know Francois.
Okay, I'm fine with that. But you do know that this is your destination. So I'm not really sure if you're going to reveal yourself here at this point or just sort of wait and see how things play out.
I think it's funnier if he just walks past me.
Yeah, probably take things in a little bit. I've been here before.
Mm-hmm.
It's not too unfamiliar, so I know where to walk.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just nod my head at Francois and keep walking.
Oh, all right. So back with Ile, Henri, and Philippe, and I assume Francois, or I'm sorry, let me not assume anything. Are you just going to allow Enzo to keep going? It wouldn't be unusual to see someone else in the area.
Right. Yeah, don't pay any attention to him.
And as a matter of fact, you can see the underling kind of walking back and away, and maybe you just assume that it's another person that's being helped out here. So right. Ile, Henri, and Philippe, anything?
No, I address Ile and say, "Where'd Francois go?"
He stepped outside to answer the call of his people.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say go to the little boy's room.
Yeah,
the little mage's room.
Well, the sun's come up, so we shouldn't hang out here much longer. I'm gonna wake up Philippe.
I stopped sawing wood. Henri, you have some coffee.
I sure do.
Oh, I love you. Thank you.
I'll pour him a cup and bring him over a cup.
And so with all of this at this point, I'm going to say that no one even has to roll. If you want to go ahead and just restore all of your pool points to full, we will consider this a well-earned rest. So everybody
that
goes
is good coffee.
Back up. Yeah, back in business. So slowly but surely, you all do wake up. You feel rested and ready, relatively ready to go. Francois, you do eventually, I assume, come back in. And so the four of you are able to sort of discuss what you want, and you, Enzo, see Francois re-enter the mausoleum, maybe out of the corner of your eye, and then the door close. Those of you in the mausoleum, any sort of discussion you'd like to have, or is there any sort of business? And again, I don't want to tell you too much, but you do have items that need to be sort of sorted out.
Well, I figure since it's daylight now, Philippe, this would probably be the time when the zoo would be open, right?
The zoo, you mean the Braves Military Museum, correct?
Oh, yes. Didn't you want to explore some of those brands?
Starting at the most recent one, yes, I would like to get there. I'm strapping on my chest plate as we are discussing this.
Mm-hmm.
That is where I would like to go.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah, I'm feeding Gerald a little bit of something.
Mm-hmm. Is this where we're heading then?
I think we will get ready for that, yes.
All right. And you're actually heading out now?
Well, let's look over our little collected items and maybe see if we can figure out what they do first, and then beat feet.
What have we gained since yesterday? And actually, Matt,
Mm-hmm.
Philippe takes a fork out of his pocket, which he somehow made away with from the whistling pig. I don't know how.
Now that explains a lot.
And he pokes his thigh
Yeah.
to see if blinking is still in effect. Does just enough
Oh, is there
to
just
do
enough left to
one
like?
point of damage to see if that is still in effect.
I'm gonna say at this point. So let's see. You activated it at about what time yesterday? Was it in the morning?
It was when the behemoth was rolling
Yeah,
around.
so it probably would have been like 10, 11 in the morning. So I'm going to say there's probably a couple hours left. So you stab yourself and you jump 6 feet to the other side of like Henri, who just like shakes his head and then just goes back to like what he's whatever he's doing.
Yeah,
He's like,
good,
rolls his eyes.
good.
Forking nonsense.
Right. What the fork are you doing?
What have we gained?
So you've got yourself the behemoth's tooth, street behemoth's tooth, and Elay has herself the
A
macabre
merry little Christmas.
material. And now that you have been looking at this and inspecting it for the night, and you've actually taken a moment to study it for a few minutes, what you recognize, Philippe, is you have a street behemoth tooth with multiple properties of the darkness. So the tooth functions as a space-time anchor, and it provides 2 assets to tasks resisting sudden and unwanted motion, such as falling, being knocked prone, or pushed backward. The tooth will recognize, and I'll put this in the chat for you, the tooth will recognize when the user initiates these movements and put them into play without any action by the wearer. So essentially what you have is an item that you can use in order to not be knocked around. And let me drop this into the chat. Our own private personal chat, ladies and gentlemen. This is an enabler. And then for you, Elay, you have something called macabre material. And taking a very close look at it, you realize that, and this sort of holds true to what you've found so far, it alerts the wearer to dangerous targets around them when placed over the eyes. And that's what you've been kind of doing, is holding it up to your eyes, right, and looking through it, and you can kind of see these things. However, should it be wrapped, now that you take a closer look at it, should it be wrapped around the eyes or placed in front of the eyes of the user for at least 10 minutes, you realize incredibly thin macabre roots will slide around your eyeballs, burrow deep into your brain, and then enhance your space-time vision. And this will tell the hostility level of any visible creature within 30 feet. And while wearing it in this manner, all combat tasks are eased by 1 step. This is an enabler when it's worn, and that just means that it's always on. And removing the material is incredibly painful, and it takes a full action, and it results in you going down the damage track by 1 step. So again, I'm going to place this in the chat.
Okay, so just to clarify, is it all danger or is it
what?
a specific kind of danger?
It is
sort
danger,
of alerts the word danger
that you are to you as a person.
Okay,
It's kind of
so
like a
it
danger
doesn't
sense.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be like monstrosities or it's dimensional issues.
Something that's going to be a threat to you. It doesn't necessarily have to be dimensional monstrosities or anything like that. Like you've kind of seen that already, though. I think that you were using it earlier on to peek into the darkness, right? Into the macabre.
So it could just like peek for a few seconds and then take it down without having the
Yes.
greater effects.
Yes. The
come into
greater
play.
effects would be
Okay.
the easement of tasks by 1 step.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Interesting.
Did you guys both get the information I dropped in the chat?
Noted.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Does Barbier's thumbs count for anything?
You know what? I hadn't even thought about that.
That's a good point.
This is pretty good. So looking at Barbier's thumbs, they're actually still wiggling around.
Okay.
But as you recall, when she cut them off, they grew instantly back. But they are.
But those are magic thumbs.
Maybe, I don't know, or maybe these are the magic
hers.
thumbs. Those are still wiggling, and looking them over, they don't seem to have much of properties at all, or no properties besides the fact that they're wiggling around.
Okay.
Are we feeling refreshed?
Slept like the dead.
That's right, and with the dead, alongside the dead. Are we heading out?
Yep.
Yes.
So Enzo, you're kind of tuned into this right now, I assume. Are you watching to see what's about to happen?
Respectfully watching, at a distance where I don't seem like I'm eavesdropping, but also at a distance to kind of close in, just to show my intention that I just have a job to do.
That, in this case, the stone and mortar wall opens up, and emerging from it are Francois, Philippe, Henri, and Delay. And is there anyone you recognize in particular?
I don't recognize, but Philippe's appearance does kind of capture my gaze for a while. I do understand he is covered in a lot of unique armor pieces, so I give him a look over, kind of nod my head. Yeah, all right, noted. But no one else I recognize. But then I do ask the group if they know an Henri, because I have a package for him.
So Enzo steps up to the group, and I'm wondering how the group reacts to Enzo. Enzo, do you want to tell them anything about what you look like?
Sure. Sorry, I have this here.
That's okay, and you can just do it off the cuff too.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm not flashy. I'm wearing a lot of different layered clothing, kind of signifying that I am traveling in the elements quite often, whether it's hot or cold or wet or dry. I do have a lot of leather belting on me. I have a messenger sack on me, so it shows that I'm traveling with purpose. I don't have any visible weapons or armor on my person that you can see outright. But clearly I'm here with an intention to give something and be on my way. I'm very kind of kept. I'm not necessarily disheveled, but it does show that I'm working and I've been out for quite some time. But I'm in a little bit of a rush. I just kind of want to find out who this is, share this out, and find the best path forward to my next job.
All right, then. So you guys can take it away then and tell us how this sort of plays out. So Enzo approaches you, and I'm not really sure how our heroes react to Enzo, but
At someone asking for Henri, I put my hand on my sword, but I look at Enzo. He is somehow familiar, and I can't place it just yet.
Then I say to the group, what a lovely motley crew. Feel free to, if you feel concerned about my presence, ask away, but I'm here to do a job and I'll be on my way out.
And so Henri, when he asks are you going to remain silent, or will you actually?
I want to size him up.
Mm-hmm.
I have a skill called Find the Weakness,
Oh.
and I want to just use that to see if I have to take him
So we
down.
got-
What the best way to do that would be.
Find the weakness. Anything else you want to use? Effort or?
No, I don't feel particularly threatened by him. So, but I just want to make sure I'm ready in case something happens.
So why don't we call this an opposed
Weakness.
roll? And I think that this will probably be the first opposed roll we've made in Sword in the Darkness. But so Enzo, you definitely get the feeling that Henri is sizing you up. Do you want to resist this sizing up of your character, or do you want to just sort of let him do what he wants?
I'm going to let him do what he needs to do.
Okay.
Pretty much when you travel, you put yourself up to security clearances, so my character is accustomed to that. So if you want to focus on any part of my body, feel free. I'm not shy.
Got
Well,
nothing to be ashamed
right,
of.
that's right. Well, I'm gonna say if Enzo's not resisting, then in that case, Henri, you get the feeling that he is a legit courier and he's just here to do his job and make a delivery.
All right. If that's the case, I'll say, well, son, you found me. I'm Henri. What have you got for me?
Well, Henri, glad to make your acquaintance. I have this box. Do you feel comfortable with me discussing a little bit about this in front of your traveling friends here?
Yeah, you can say anything about them in front of them.
Great. Bruno wanted you to have this. I don't know what's inside, but it's definitely something that he's worked on.
Okay. Did you give it to me yet, or are you holding it?
I am rummaging through my Mary Poppins style bag, and I pull out this long box that probably shouldn't fit in it, hand it over to you, and await your action.
All right, I'm gonna take the box and turn around so that no one can see me as I take a look at it, and tears form in my eyes, and then I compose myself and turn around and say thank you. Are you heading back to Bruno?
No, I'm not actually. But I did have a
okay.
question for this large fellow over here. Am I able to see that tooth that he has? Is it on display?
It is right on my chest. It's not affixed, but it is hanging here.
Wow.
Yes.
Sir, that is one sweet tooth you got. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like it's one of those heavy tooths, right?
Behemoth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got some sweet effects. I admire that. Probably wasn't easy to attain, as most parts of these beasts are hard to come across. I like that. And your name, you have this material. Am I able to see a material, whatever item that Alea had, or is that like concealed?
I guess it's probably around my neck at this point. So yeah, you'd be able to see it.
Okay. So I turn to Alea and I go, I don't know much about that, but that is quite interesting. This group is very interesting to me. I'm actually on my way to see Najak at the Army Museum.
Oh.
Curious if all of you are headed that direction, if I were to join you for a leg of that trip.
I see no harm in it.
I make eye contact with Francois, Elaine, and Henri, and we know Najak. And I just bob my head a whole bunch, and the helmet bounces.
And
I shake Enzo's hand and say, "Welcome to the club."
Enzo. And Philippe has noticed the way he has moved and rummaged through his sack to get Henri his package. There's a disciplined, a fluid movement to it. And I look at Enzo and I say, "Are you military?" And My one arm still has no greave because that is still at Bruno's. Nice of him not to send that along.
Oh shoot! Maybe the game master forgot.
My left arm is not armored, and I pull up my tunic to show my tattoo, which is a King's Army tattoo, but it is green in the color of the verts. And I display it for Enzo to see. Are you military?
Formerly, for a short time, I do recognize that on your arm. I wouldn't exactly think back to those times and speak at length, but yes.
I
yes.
am no longer serving myself, but you seem familiar, like we have crossed paths somewhere.
Quite possibly. Perhaps my line of work and your line of work may have crossed paths at one point. Why find that out now? Maybe let's make that part of what we find out about each other as we.
I like that.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, I am familiar with Najak and have reason to visit them myself.
So I'm not really sure here. Henri, are you going to check out what's in the box, or are you going to save it for like a more private moment?
Yeah, I don't really think I need to open it. I mean, if it's the ashes, right? So I trust that that's.
I'm not going to say nothing.
Then all right, I will open it. I will open it.
Okay. So the wooden box is well worn and well traveled, and it has all the hallmarks of having been made. The wooden box has all the hallmarks of having been made by a metallurgist, because this is not the box of a woodworker for sure. But clumsily created or not, you open it up, and set inside it on top is a single note in Bruno's hand, which says very simply, Dukas, I know you tire of taking care of children, but perhaps caring for these two will bring you some small joy. And it's initialed BK. And then there's a PS. Oh yeah, Philippe's Grieve is in here too.
Oh.
And when you remove, it's actually good that we said it in this order. That worked perfectly. I had planned it this way, folks. And when you remove the note, what you can see is a card attached to two bracers, which look like, and even as you touch them, you recognize as the skin of Pierre, his ears, stretched and bonded with macabre materials, not unlike that of Eli's scarf. And what you note is that as you touch the bracers, they're warm and soft to the touch. And they are clearly, and maybe disturbingly, living, breathing artifacts. And there's a little note that just says, "Wear us," on them. And oh yeah, beneath that is Frank's Grieve.
Okay.
You tossed
I will slip them on.
When you put them on and inspect them, they seem to almost not bond, but they form fit to your arms. They're perfect. And as a matter of fact, they remind you of their fond memories with Pierre. And again, there's this eerie, disturbing sense that these two bracers are actually living. And you have the urge to pet Pierre
Well, I will do so.
And running your hands along each of the bracers. And your friends now are thinking, this has been an uncomfortably long time that he's been massaging these bracers, but we'll just sort of
So
look the other way.
Enzo sees this. Enzo sees this and has no understanding of what this means for Henri. So Enzo asks, what do those bracers mean to you?
These these were the remains of my best friend, and I never realized Bruno was a wizard, but he certainly worked magic here.
You hear barking coming from behind you in a small green cove. A respite of green in all of this soiled, poisoned ground. And then
I put my hand on Henri's shoulder as support.
And then before you know it, a dog comes running out barking. And Henri, if you look up, what you see is a much younger version of Pierre come running at you.
Wow.
Yap, 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 yap. Yep, 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 yep. And he's from a younger era, probably from when he was maybe 2 or 3 years old. And he starts to run circles around you. And he hops up on your legs, and he does those things. He like sniffs you, he licks you, maybe he growls at Philippe. and he hops up trying to get into your lap.
Yeah, I'll pick him up.
So you pick him up and you look at him and you recognize him again from a younger era. This is when he was 2 or 3 years old. And as a matter of fact, you see a little wound on his shoulder as if he'd been cut or caught in something. And what you remember is that when he was 2 or 3 years old, he got loose and he disappeared. And he became entangled in a barbed wire fence. And he came running. And though he was stuck, he was gone for several days. And it wasn't until he got back that you saw the wound freshly kind of healed over. And you make the association that this Pierre is a Pierre that is maybe 2 or 3 years old, and from that time when he was missing.
Rebel, if
You're
you
gonna
don't
make us
stop
cry over
pestering,
here, Matt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn you into a pair of bracers.
Yeah.
If
So
you don't stop
I'm
pestering.
a little overcome with emotion here, but I've seen strange things before. And I give Pierre a scratch behind the ears that he always liked.
And now you hear more barking coming from another small oasis of green. Opposite. And darting out of the underbrush is an older version of Pierre. 6 or 7 years old, maybe. And this Pierre has a duck in his mouth. And he's covered in mud. But this is the same Pierre, just an older version of Pierre. And you instantly remember that time when you had gone hunting with him. And he had gotten a little too excited. And he had run into and after that duck you took down. And disappeared into the woods for at least a week. Not to be seen. And now this Pierre runs right up to you, drops the duck at your feet, sniffs you, sniffs the other Pierre, the younger version of himself, and starts running circles around you, but in a more subdued way, and then sits and waits for your approval.
I pat him on the head and I turn to Francois and I say, "Are these apparitions?"
And I say, well, I'm probably going to have to roll for that.
Literally say that, and you pull some dice like out of your pocket, and you kneel.
You start like
you
just
crouch
rolling
down
on the ground
like you're
and, like
like you're in a 6th grade gambling club, and you just like roll the dice. So what are you going to use here, Francois?
Identifying and understanding supernatural.
Okay.
I'm going to apply effort. And I wish I carried some magical token of some kind, but that's not in my inventory.
So does Henri right now. No, candles ain't going to do it.
A magic candle of some kind.
You had all
No,
your
I think
ciphers
that's
taken
it.
away earlier, so.
All but one of my ciphers was snatched from me, plus a throwing knife. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm
Okay.
just going to apply 2 levels of effort, and I have the ability, understanding supernatural.
Yeah, go ahead and make your roll. I don't think this is going to be too hard for you.
18.
With a roll of an 18, these are the real Pierres. But they have been pulled through space and time. And from what Henri has kind of said about one being the one that went missing and got caught on a little barbed wire fence for a few days, and the one that went missing when they went duck hunting together and disappeared for a week, have been brought here now to spend time with Henri, as if they were little secret moments where Pierre went missing. But now, actually, he may or may not have been spending his time with Henri the whole time. And maybe he's the very reason why they went missing, why he went missing for a few days or a week.
Enzo sees this, understands that they're actual animals, reaches into his bag, smears some more stuff on his nose. I'm allergic.
oh no.
So the more subdued is just sitting there waiting for your approval, and the younger one is just like licking your face now and being generally very excitable.
A puppy.
Yeah.
And are there any trees or loose branches that I can grab a couple of sticks?
Yeah, right around there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab a couple of sticks and start playing with them.
So
throw them.
The younger one is obviously more receptive to it. The older one's a little bit more like, look, I've fallen for that for 6 or 7 years. I'm not going to do it. And he picks up the duck and he tries to lay it at your feet one more time, as if to say, look, I'm better than sticks. I get ducks. See? And they play with you. But they do seem a little bit not weirded out by each other, but actually in a way they seem like they're litter mates, the way that they interact with each other. But there's maybe a little bit of suspicion between the two of them. But it's sort of like, what the heck? Why am I over there too? Sort of suspicion.
I cast Greater Necromancy on the duck.
Do you seriously?
Why not?
It quacks to life. You don't even have to. Just quacking around. Then the 2 dogs attack it and kill it promptly one more time.
I'll lose breakfast.
Can I can I roll for quarry? For the older here? Does that work?
Yeah, but can you tell me what your intentions are? Because Quarry is making Pierre your target, correct? Or
this is just to understand what, for me to explain to Henri what his animal is thinking.
Oh, you want to sort of... Oh, okay. I like this. Yeah, go ahead.
So I see that there's 2 dogs. It's like, I want to tell Henri what the oldest one... I'm not going to jump into the little one's brain. Probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Yeah. I'll go with the older one.
All right, so go ahead. So you'll use Quarry, and then do you want to apply any effort to ease the task?
No.
Okay, so just go ahead and roll. We'll ease it by 1. With a 15, obviously this is a creature that loves its companion very much, and it's a little miffed that the companion is not, or actually it's a little miffed that Francois, and it's now giving Francois the hairy eyeball, has reanimated the prey. And it's like seriously like growling at him, but not like it hates him, but it's just like upset.
Just like, don't do that.
Yeah.
That's obnoxious.
And it does. It goes right back at that duck again. And Francois, I'm not sure how your ability works, but it's going to do it what it can to make it dead one more time and present it to Henri.
I give up.
Okay. And then just like tosses it at his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, I love animals. But this is like 15th century, 14th century, like, so I love animals though. I do very much.
Am I able from that role to tell Henri something about the sentiment from the older version of his?
Yeah, based on the ability allows you to follow, understand, interact with, or fight that creature. So from a combat perspective or from a defensive sort of perspective, what you get is that the dog is very defensive and protective of Henri and ready to like please him and make sure that he is safe and taken care of.
Great. And I tell Henri, this animal loves you a lot and would literally do anything for you. I have a thing with communing with beasts. Happy to share that piece with you.
Thank you. I still don't understand this miracle, but I'm glad to have them with me, and hope they don't vanish on me again.
That remains to be seen, and that was probably something you'll have to talk to Bruno about.
I want to go back to the first note.
Mm-hmm.
and like read it again.
Yeah.
Because it said something about, am I tired of caring for children?
It says, Ducasse, I know you tire of taking care of children, but perhaps caring for these two will bring you some small joy.
All right. So he was talking about the dogs. So I'd never known Bruno to be a magician in any way. So I'm a little, say, weary, but I want to do, I don't know if this is the proper skill, but I have Decipher,
Mm-hmm.
which normally is for language, but can I try to use it or maybe eye for detail
Mm-hmm.
to see if this is indeed Bruno's handwriting?
Oh. Let me look at eye for detail. So eye for detail says, when you spend 5 minutes or so thoroughly exploring an area no larger than a short distance in diameter, you can ask the GM one question about the area. That's an area. I need to be stricter as a game master. I feel like I really love to enable my players, and sometimes I feel like I'm a little too loosey-goosey. I'm so sorry, what was the other one?
The other one is Decipher, which, is, I think in general, it's about like translating or code breaking.
Yeah, I like that. Bingo.
But yeah,
bingo. I like that one a lot. So go ahead and we'll use Decipher for 1 intellect point. Any effort you want to apply to this?
Yeah, I want to use 2 levels of effort.
And then do you have some sort of an asset?
I don't know that I would have anything from the past of Bruno's that
That's a good.
I could use. Yeah.
That's an honest answer, because I was sort of thinking you may have something, but I like the fact that you say, "Look, I don't think I have anything necessarily on me now."
Yeah, I don't think I'm the type of person that would keep like a receipt or anything.
Right.
So yeah, just those. And we'll try it out.
Okay, go ahead and give it a roll.
So
3.
why
Do you want
well,
to?
see how come you can see that? I don't
Uh-oh.
even see my dice roller.
I don't know.
I mean, I believe you.
We
but,
saw, yeah. Oh, did I say a 3?
no,
Steve, it was a 1. GM intrusion time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a 3. Do you want to re-roll? Only costs you.
Yeah, I think I
an
do.
XP. I believe it's an XP.
An XP. Yeah, I'll do an XP.
Yeah, go ahead. You've got time. That is a roll of an 8. I'm gonna say this appears to be. Yeah, for an 8, I'm going to just say this appears. It's pretty much what you see is what you get.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's the feeling you get.
So I think that I feel like it's Bruno. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What is his last name?
Kodye, Kodye, and his son is Daniel Kodye.
Okay.
Anyone else now, or are we going to be on our merry way?
You hear a gonging noise, and you notice Philippe way down the cobbled gravestone alley, banging on his helmet, standing over the sewer hole. We need to go to the museum. Philippe, bring your dogs. Or Henri. That's me. I'm Philippe. I'm so confused.
You're getting confused now about who you are. You thought
Enzo, mages, Henri, dogs. Let's go.
The problem, ladies and gentlemen.
I briskly power walk right over there. Go ahead.
All right. So we're departing.
I will ask the group. Enzo wants to know if everyone's on good terms with Najak. If I'm rolling with some friends or some questionable company.
I've personally never met him, but if Philippe wants to check him out, I feel safe with Philippe, so we're going to Najak's.
I know him from way back.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be.
Don't know, don't care.
That is Francois in a nutshell.
There we go. Maybe it'll be a Han Lando situation. All right then. So a newly added or a newly reformed party of heroes departs, making their way carefully through the catacombs, tunnels, and sewers beneath Braves. And again, this area is very infrequently traveled or checked by the King's Army or the constabulary or any local authorities or law enforcement at all, just simply because of the fear that so many living in the encampments may be contagious. And as you make your way through, there is an influx. Well, there's quite a few afflicted who approach in the darkness, look at you with sad, hollow eyes, and simply walk past. And I'm not really sure how our party would treat the afflicted, but here is the status of how the afflicted are generally treated. They are outcasts, pariahs. They are essentially scorned and pushed into neighborhoods that are walled in an effort to keep them away from the general populace, so that if there is any chance for infection, it is minimalized as much as possible. And generally, these walled neighborhoods are encircled by members of the King's Army, by the Braves, local army, by constabulary members. And they come and go through these sewers and tunnels so they can essentially sometimes get out, visit with friends and family. And as they pass you by, what you notice of their affliction is that they have lesions and dark tattoos, tattoo-like marks on their skin and on their flesh that instead of exposing blood or muscle or bone, expose the macabre. They're like walking paper dolls that have been sliced up into small little pieces. They are all there, but their bodies partially exist out of phase within the macabre. And they are slowly but surely, as they rot away, their bodies are actually passing through the fabric of space-time, moving into the macabre. And you can see the darkness on the other side, swirling smoke and ash, fires burning, demonic entities. And you can occasionally hear screams that come across as whispers, emanating from their bodies as they move silently past you, carrying torches, and some of them using their own abilities that are brought about through their affliction in order to light the way and light the passage. And very few of them really give you a look. And if they do give you a look, they quickly look away, look down. For the 5 of you have perfect bodies. And when I say perfect, I mean simply unafflicted, healthy bodies. And they worry what you might think of them. How do the 5 of you feel as you pass by them? You don't even have to reveal it if you're not really sure, but I'm wondering if anyone has any feelings that stand out or any ideas of how they would treat or talk to the afflicted.
Sure. Enzo runs across a lot of different types of folks, a lot of different types of, well, the long and the short of it. The short of it is I pass through a lot of places and I need to pass through safely. So being in harmony with those that could block my way is preferable. So I reach into my bag and I take out a little tin and I put it in my hand and I stretch it out to the nearest afflicted. And inside that tin is a unique blend of freshen.
And
that they can put. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead. Go ahead and finish. And
that they can put on their skin.
And ladies and gentlemen, one of the wonderful and magical things about developing a homebrew setting is that sometimes you come up with things as you go and you don't inform all of your players. I believe that Philippe should probably know what Fresian is, but Fresian is essentially a material that's drawn from sea monstrosities. It is often bought and sold in a very highly regulated fashion by the Fresian Guild, and only licensed people can buy and sell and trade this particular item. It's a refined form that comes from great monstrosities. And you, Philippe, have had some experience with that in the past. And so when you hand this over, Enzo, the afflicted looks up at you, looks back down modestly, and, truth be told, embarrassed and maybe ashamed, and takes it and thanks you. And then if you say nothing more, they're on their way, and maybe they give you a glance over their shoulder, and then maybe another
simple nod. No verbal exchanges, just a simple nod, just to essentially alleviate any stresses from traveling through this sector.
Anyone else? It could just be your simple feelings about the afflicted. Doesn't have to be anything more than that.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in how my peers react to them.
Your Pierres actually are fine with them. They run up every so often to some of the children, perhaps, or even a few adults who sort of in a moment of just small joy in an otherwise, dark, desolate landscape of a life, they forget that they're afflicted, and they reach out to touch the Pierres. And then maybe one or two of them reach back, suddenly realizing they're not even sure whether or not whether the disease, how it's transmitted, how the sickness is transmitted. But both of your Pierres seem unconcerned, and they simply run circles around them maybe and nip at their heels out of, fun, maybe chasing some children around, and the other children chase them right back. And both of your Pierres seem completely comfortable and at ease with them, and they do bring some quiet, small joy.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I have known a few people who have become afflicted. They were once just like us. No one knows why this happens. They're not a threat. I've seen this happen, and we are not a threat to them. So we just pass by.
All right. Are we moving along then? And so with that, you make your way up and out eventually. But as the last few of you make your way up the ladder leading to that entranceway where you originally came in, Francois, from behind you, you hear a clicking and a clattering sound. And at first you think that it may just be one of the afflicted. But then you realize you glimpse something small and skeletal moving along the ceiling. And then you see another and another. And you realize what you're looking at are praying pawls that may or may not have been following you all in the darkness.
I tell my group, watch out, and I cast distortion on Ilay.
And so distortion
is the adds to defense rolls because it's the sparkly shimmering effect of not being able to really see it. You modify how a willing creature within short range reflects light. The target rapidly shifts between its normal appearance and a blot of darkness. The target has an asset on spent defense rolls.
Ilay, can I take it that you're just going to allow this to happen, or I don't know if maybe this is something you sort of worked on before or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I've cast distortion on everybody.
Probably at some point. Just take a look around. Maybe except
you need some speed defense.
Not the two Pierres and not Enzo, to be sure, but right. And so you do, and Ilay kind of looks down, and maybe I don't know, Ilay, if you take that as how you take that.
Where am I?
I imagined all of you kind of being out now in the relatively bright sunlight, and Francois is sort of making his way up the ladder.
Okay. Well. Let me see. Well, this is getting scary.
For education services, what is a praying paw?
Yes.
A praying paw is a little skeletal creature, and there are dozens, if not hundreds or thousands of them, that sort of move along the catacombs beneath Braves. You would know this, Enzo. And the praying paw essentially prays and cares for the dead beneath the ground.
They protect them and their things in the afterlife, it seems.
And how do you spell Paul? Is it P-A-U-L?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless there's a better reference, unless there's a better spelling that's like a literary reference, in which case, yes, it's spelled like that.
Okay.
Well, there's Paul Bear.
Right, that's what I was
Oh,
thinking.
I get it.
Bear, like,
Ladies and gentlemen,
yeah.
I may be. This is world building on the fly. But anyway, they're called a praying Paul, P-A-U-L.
Okay.
So I would like to use short bow and aim it between the eyes of the closest one.
Mm-hmm.
I am practicing all weapons. So that helps assist.
Well, I'm just gonna say at this point, the moment you pull out your bow, and the moment Francois sort of casts his defensive spell or ability, whatever we want to call it, the praying Pauls, and now there's probably a dozen of them, you think, just at all different angles within the darkness. They stop and they back off. And you, Francois, actually recognize that coin. The one that you traded to the refugee the night before in trade and compensation for taking on Ele's clothing, kind of shining in the darkness, and then they all disappear and they're gone.
So wait, were they trying to return that to me?
Well, they're all gone now.
I scratched my head.
No matter what they were trying to do, they're all gone.
It's okay. They can keep my coin. It's fine. Just leave us alone.
Are you moseying along, Francois? You're the last one.
Yeah,
Tail end Charlie.
Right. Yeah, I'll join the group.
All right. You slip up into the relative sunlight and pull the manhole cover back, set it back in place. And then can I assume that we all make our way to the Army Museum?
Yep.
Sure.
Yes. But on the way,
Oh, here we go.
I would like to pass.
This never takes a long time, viewers.
No. Enzo, who I feel a certain trust towards, and seems to know a little bit about movement, I will hand him a napkin, again from the Whistling Pig, where we spent all of those hours waiting for Denio. I scribbled down the 5 brands from the Behemoth Monstrosity, so I would not forget, because sometimes I get foggy. They are the Braves Military Museum, Najak has a brand, Louis VA, the King's Council, and then the King's Army being the oldest one. And I hand this to Enzo and let him know that this is what I am investigating, and it is from the Behemoth from which I pulled this tooth. And this is as we're walking to the museum.
Yeah. And so, Enzo, just to sort of fill you in on all the details, because Philippe may not have remembered everything about it, essentially what he's giving you is a series of brands that he found on the haunch of a behemoth that he slayed the day before.
Accidentally.
He tried to bring it back. He tried to help. And so, wow, that was a really, like, accusatory, like, I was, like, looking down, and I hear this, So there were 5 brands. And I'm going to say this, Enzo, you instantly sort of recognize the system as being the transporter or the courier that you are. The first brand was from the King's Army. The second brand was from the King's Council. The third brand was from Louis VA, who is someone that I believe you would recognize as having done business with before. The fourth one was actually Najak, who you were going to see. And the fifth and final one was the Army Museum. So Philippe has kind of like copied down these brands. And typically what you see, and again, this is something that you would probably know, is this essentially is a notation of chain of custody for the item. And a lot of times these monstrosities are brought out from the darkness, out from the macabre, and they're brought in and they are used as beasts of war or beasts of burden or something. They're traded, they're bought, they're sold. This is all stuff that you would already know. And in fact, you would understand that from your knowledge of freshen and how freshen is harvested from the brains of enormous monstrosities.
And this particular behemoth was in the middle of that attack, which surely you must have heard of during the National Day of the Green celebration.
Yes. And again, yesterday was Day of the Green, a day of celebration and remembrance. Enzo, you want to check it out on your way to the museum?
So Philippe, you could have used a clean napkin. Use a clean napkin to write this down.
There was piss-tasting beer spilled on the table.
there's a ring, like in the corner, a beer ring.
It's not a solid piece of
That's
napkin.
right.
Sorry.
So these are the brands that were on that beast.
Yeah. So what we could do in this
loose.
particular case is we can take a look at your abilities, Enzo, and your abilities will help ease the task. So are there any abilities that you happen to have that you would like to use in order to help figure out anything you can from this item?
Yes. Because I'm familiar with the brands,
Mm-hmm.
kind of curious as to how much deeper I can go.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this leans more investigative skills than
Okay.
Decipher, because I think the symbols would tell me that these are the brands.
I think Decipher tells you, like, right off the bat,
Okay.
you're like, oh, I get it. But maybe
Right.
investigation tells you whether there's anything funny going on with them.
Then I'll roll for investigative skills.
So just to let you know, so Enzo, you get 1 easement for that. Would you like to apply effort? So just as a sort of a reminder here, applying effort means you take 3 points out of your intellect pool. So you subtract those 3 points. And that'll ease it again. And then do you have perhaps something like an asset, a physical object on you that would help you? So if you have or want to apply any of those, we can apply all of those now and ease the task by more than 1 if you want.
Yeah, I'm invested. This is in my line of work.
Yeah.
I'm noticeably a little excited.
Yeah.
Maybe a little jittery looking at this. So I will apply the extra effort.
Okay.
And one of those moments, I again reach my hand into my bag, and then I smear some more stuff across my face.
Okay, it's your first time streaming with us, so I'll be nice and I'll count that. But ordinarily, I wouldn't. If it were my more veteran.
I keep products at my desk, so you know.
Oh,
I'm smearing
okay.
stuff on
Is it
my
like
face all
Tiger
day.
Balm
get-
or something?
right.
I've been wanting to ask this whole time.
Sunscreen, lip balm.
Oh, that's right.
Lots of
You are-
smearing.
That's right.
There's a lot of bombs. There's a lot of bombs going
Mhm.
on. You gotta stay.
You've
gotta
always
stay
got the lip
moisturized.
bombs going on.
Low.
Okay,
That's what's going on for context.
So-
for everyone.
go ahead and make your roll. Oh, I hate to say it, Enzo. Let's just say that you saved yourself. That last little tilt there saved all of us from a rather unfortunate GM intrusion, or at least interesting, or maybe, well, I will leave it at that. Looking at it, they look like brands. It looks like the standard chain of custody. You recognize all 5 of them because they're all organizations and entities that you have dealt with before in various legal and illegal capacities. And that's about it. It's unfortunate that Philippe didn't write it down on a better napkin.
I am not an artist.
No, it's not the drawing. It's the napkin. It's all ratty.
So nothing unusual to be found there. Okay.
But again,
Maybe the only unusual part
To our
is
knowledge.
nothing he sees
Right.
or recognizes.
nothing that looks off, but you might be in trouble for dealing with that beast, or some folks might be looking for you.
Mm-hmm.
No.
There we go. There we go. There's that very judgmental.
I have been invited to the museum to take. Never mind. We go.
All right. So, unless there's any other business, can I assume that all 5 of you and your 2 Philippes, or I'm sorry, your 2 Pierres, it's really hard, ladies and gentlemen.
Those two.
The 2 Pierres are heading toward the museum now and on your way?
We.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
Well, with
Focus.
that, why don't we do this? It's about the 2-hour mark, so let us make haste and take a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, ladies and gents. We will be back in 10 minutes. For those of you that are watching live at home, actually, I'm putting up a kind of like "Did you know?" slideshow. So if there's anything you want to know about the world of Frank Reich, you will see it in this 10-minute slideshow. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much for your viewership. If you're enjoying this, any of those likes, any of those shares, any of those, like, you know, like I was saying, like before, letting people know what we're doing would be most appreciated. Even if it's just one viewer, every viewer is important and precious to us. So please do let others know what we're doing. We will be back in 10 minutes. See you then, folks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the program. Once again, I want to thank you very much for your viewership. If you were patiently waiting through the countdown and are back now, which I don't know, it looks like some people are, I do appreciate that very much. I think we're doing something pretty cool here. I do know that, from what I understand, we're having some audio issues at the moment. But I want to let all of you know that all of this is being recorded on Zoom, and I will upload a fresh copy tomorrow morning or maybe tomorrow afternoon, depending on how this game goes, how late it goes. So at any rate, let's get back into it. So we have our now newly minted 5-hero band who are heading toward the Braves Army Museum. So it is located in the 5th precinct of Braves, the military precinct. So the Army Museum isn't far from VA Irregular Services Company, who our heroes will know, and Bastarak Services, both free companies that do the sorts of jobs and duties that no one else really wants to do. So the military precinct is a recently created region of Braves that's been dedicated to the glorious exploits of the King's Army. It's got things like memorials and museums, halls of records, and other kind of military-related facilities and complexes. And this is also where the recently founded Military News and Information Organization has been headquartered, and it's been carved out of an old crumbling cathedral and rebuilt by military engineers. So as our heroes enter the precinct, there's a visible difference in the atmosphere and peoples traveling the streets. So our heroes begin to see military personnel both on and off duty, and military scholars who have dedicated their lives to accounts of the cosmic crusade that's happening even now outside the wall, and other military events. We see a lot of fresh-faced young men and women, not quite old enough to join up, but who want to be a part of what's going on. And they just wait. They're waiting, champing at the bit for their time in the military and in the service. And the Army Museum itself is a very complex building, or series of buildings, that sprawls over several city blocks. And it was once a home, a hospital for wounded soldiers. And several years after the Cosmic Crusade began, King Hugo ordered the grounds and its buildings, including a chapel still known as the Dome of the Invalids, as it was called, was converted to serve as a memorial to the glorious exploits of the King's Army. And also, truth be told, as a way to place casualties of the Cosmic Crusade, the never-ending war that's fought outside the Grand Labyrinth in the darkness. So the Army Museum is a self-contained facility with a plot of land to grow crops, and a stables and a medical facility and a library and a dormitory and a small school where the best and the brightest recruits are trained. And of course, the museum buildings themselves are located here on this plot of land. So visitors looking to hear stories of these exploits, or maybe even catch a glimpse of a real flesh and blood hero of the crusade, come and go on the grounds. So how are we approaching the Army Museum here?
With our feet.
We don't need to be sneaky.
I'm not going to walk on my hands up to it.
Well, can I chime in here as the game master to sort of let you know something that you would know?
Okay.
When last our heroes were seen in Braves, they were a questionable part of the revolutionary acts that took place yesterday, and they were also hauling a mage of the Guild of the Arts Cosmique in tow who suddenly disappeared.
Not all of us.
Not all of us, that's true. Just
So
saying.
I look around and I sense there might be, or worry there might be some hesitation to walking through the front door. For me, I have no care
Yeah.
because I'm.
And you've been told by your compatriots, and you probably wouldn't have any real reason to doubt them, at least at this point, beyond just maybe not knowing them really, really well, that they're not telling anything other than the truth when they say, well, there's no reason to be worried.
I'm just curious, is this museum open to the public, or do you have to
Yes.
be a member of the military? Okay.
Yes, there are.
It is. It is a recruitment tool in some regards.
Yeah. So it's a museum, right? So there's actual stuff that is taking place to deal to, involving the military. But think of it as one of those kind of like interactive museums. So when you go to, say, the La Brea tar pits or whatever, there's actually a big glass wall where you can look behind into the laboratory and see the scientists at work, chipping away. So in a way, there's a dormitory, there are classrooms, there are training grounds and facilities and all of that stuff here, but the general public, and some of those areas are closed off, but the general public is kind of coming and going and looking at all the historical items and the memorials and things like that. One of the big attractions would be the stables, which is where essentially beasts of war are kept. And indeed, if you're just sort of entering,
I guess I would
Yeah.
Where
buy a
is Enzo
ticket.
supposed to meet Najak? Enzo,
At the
you
army.
are
At the museum.
Okay,
Yeah, we're going
So
to the same place.
we go in.
so entering the property, crossing the threshold into the grounds, you're immediately greeted by people, young recruits who look very fresh-faced, and they step up to you and they sort of explain, they show you like a map of the grounds and the facilities. And they explain that there are 5 main areas of the facility. One is the ring, and it's an enormous collection of military paintings. One is weapons of war, which is a building where many of the modern weapons have been collected and put on display and are demonstrated. There's a building for the evolution of armor, which is, as it sounds like. And then there is a stables with a corral and grounds for where the beasts of war are kept. And they still serve actually as an actual stables for actual beasts from outside the wall and inside of Frankreich. Then there's a facility or a building for military medical instruments and a facility for military figurines. Most likely, I'm going to sort of tell, I would imagine.
Stables made brief.
Yes, that's kind of like what I was going to say. Enzo, you may have received some information directing you to the stables. Can we assume that's exactly where everyone's going?
Yes.
The figurines are an amazing exhibit. We should check back there on the way
There's
out.
a gaming section where like
That's their,
wargaming
that's their small
section where
world.
they're playing.
Is that a ride?
Yeah, they're playing Dagger in the Daylight. A game, Dagger in the Daylight, right now. There's a bunch of like old grognards that are playing it. As you pass by and through and toward the beasts of war, the stables, and it's readily apparent. It is probably the largest area of the compound besides the training facilities and the areas that are cordoned off and just for official military business. And you can see in the corral, and when I say corral, I mean, what I really mean is these enormous stonework walls with metalled bars and that are probably several stories high, and they contain various monstrosities from outside the wall, and you would immediately recognize, just immediately, the street behemoths, but these are not street behemoths. These are actual wild behemoths from outside. They look like they were born and raised and all of that from outside. And they have kind of a tired look to them as they sort of move around. They look like they've been on exhibit for a long time, and maybe they're not quite as vicious as they used to be. You also see a creature known as a bighorn, which is something around the size of a behemoth, but it's a lot nastier with bigger teeth, and it's mostly mouth and a lot of tentacles moving about, mostly staying to the shadows. And then there are areas where you see more traditional beasts of war, dogs, believe it or not, cats, and of course a few horses. And again, most of them look like this is the exhibition part of the facility. And these are probably not really used in combat now, and they're more like retired creatures. So they look kind of tired and a little worn out or worn down as you approach. And there are people inside the corral that are tending to the creatures, keeping them healthy, maybe tending to wounds that are on them, or tending to their hooves or their feet or any other ailments they may have. And the two Pierres react the way you might. The younger one, a little bit more excited about what's going on. The older one, probably a little bit more wary, perhaps, of what they're looking at. And attendants are coming and going this way and that. And I assume you introduce yourself to one of them and state your business?
I walk up and I...
Or maybe not. Maybe everyone's too scared.
There's so much to see. There's so many majestic beasts of all sizes around.
Are there demonic fleas?
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, there are.
I elbow Francois and Henri.
And they're scuttling around, like slamming against the bars of the cage. Some of them look far more tired. They don't look as ferocious as they do in the wild. They definitely, again, they look a lot like exhibits. Creatures that have sort of
given up the ghost.
Yeah, maybe were long in the tooth is what I was going to say.
Francois, try not to burn anything here.
I'll try not to set anything on fire.
Try.
I'll make no promises.
Enzo is rising to the occasion.
Rising and lowering. I depart from the group. I know Philippe was enamored with the fleas, but I have something for Najak, so I make my intention clear that I'm here to see Najak. So I go to the attendant, I believe. There's an attendant that greeted us.
Yeah, there are quite a few. Well, yeah, now that you've moved inward, there's another person. And you catch up with one of the groundskeepers, you assume. And she steps out of the corral and she goes through like a double door in order to like ensure that nothing gets out. And she comes in, and it's actually quite surreal as you sort of see this, because you're so used to running away from these monstrosities that in this particular case, she's actually been walking around free in the pen, in the corral, one of the corrals, specifically with the bighorn, the giant gibbering mouth with the tentacles. And she steps out, kind of arms the sweat off of her brow and sets a bucket down, and she's got long boots on and maybe overalls, and looks in your general direction. And when she hears the word Najak, when she hears the name Najak, her ears kind of perk up. Oh, yes. Can I help you? Were you looking for...
Yeah, I have something for Najak. I have it here in my bag.
You have
I'd
something...
like to hand it to him. I'd like to hand it to him directly if I could.
And this is actually a her. And
her.
she takes it. No, it's all right. Them. The character, the NPC, they take it and they look a little bit taken aback that you would trust them with a delivery. But would you like me to give it to them or call them out, or?
It would be ideal if I was able to hand it off to the intended recipient.
All right, then. So here, and she actually hands it back to you, runs off, and now you have a moment to talk, and if there's nothing you want to kind of discuss with the group or check out, we can just fast forward to Najak.
You have summoned Najak. This is good.
All right, Philippe's a fan.
So then
Just stand there.
a few minutes later, yeah, just still waiting there. A few moments later, Philippe, you cannot mistake the silhouette of Najak. Can you tell us anything about what Najak might look like or sound like or behave like?
Najak was one of our rangers in the Verts.
Mm-hmm.
Was adept at being outdoors. I believe a native outside of the walls, and has a natural skill to find their way through the wilderness to where we needed to go and where we come from.
Mm-hmm.
Very wiry, very
Mm-hmm.
slippery, but smooth and fluid.
Mm. And so, indeed, as Najak approaches, you all recognize these qualities in them. However, as they get closer, you can kind of see that it's been a few years. Their skin is a little bit tighter and more weathered at this point, a little almost leathery, could you say. And Najak steps up to your party, looks at the five of you, not really knowing exactly what this is about, but sees Enzo with the box, reaches out, and then hesitates for a moment. Can you tell me who this is from?
I don't
It's a
think I
trick
know who this is
question.
from.
Do you mind? And Najak reaches out, and their hand, in a gesture that all of you would kind of recognize as the gesture of someone who perhaps has some abilities from the darkness, but is hesitating to, before they deploy them, is hesitating for your permission.
Please.
Najak waves their hand across the box, closes their eyes for just a moment, and then smiles. This is what I wanted. Thank you. And then Najak takes the box, holds it for just a moment as if in disbelief that they have it, and starts to turn.
Najak! Wait!
And they stop for a moment.
It is Philippe.
So how did you and Najak last part ways?
Najak was released from the Verts before I was, bought out of that service. I do not know where they ended up, but we were bound together in the unit very closely because I rescued them in an incident with the monstrosity outside the wall. They were cornered, and two of the other members in our squad were dead. And I managed to, just by the skin of my teeth, get in there and slay that monstrosity. Their particular scales are on my left shoulder, but Najak certainly might have been slain but for that. We have been close in the unit, but have fallen distant since then.
So Najak turns their head in your direction. I see you still have the scales.
I
Philippe.
wear the mark of each of the monstrosities I slay.
Before we speak to one another, however, you know that time is behind me, don't you?
I do.
And
I
Najak
do.
looks to the assistant that had come to get them and maybe anyone else who happens to be in the vicinity and waves them away, and then turns back to face the 5 of you. It's good to see you, old friend. Are you still up to your same old tricks, or have you learned any new tricks?
I roll with a crew now that we take whatever business we can.
Najak narrows their eyes and looks from one to the other, and their eyes stop in particular at Adelaide and Francois, and then move to the 2 Pierres. Not in any sinister way, but as if sizing those 4 particular entities up, and then nods. I saw some of your work earlier. It came in just the other day.
Which was that?
It's probably better that we don't talk here, don't you think, my friend? And then
Fair.
again, their eyes go from one to the other, to the other, to the other of you. So
Actually, I have not thought of you in many moons, but your mark showed up just yesterday. And it is just fate that brings us together today.
I know what mark you're talking about, and I recognized your work.
The behemoth.
Najak nods and simply says one more time, it's probably best that we speak in a more private spot, if you're agreeable to it.
I am.
And so without even waiting for your friends, Najak nods to you and then heads back toward an area of the corral, or maybe the grounds, where there's kind of an odd, there's almost I guess a moat is how I would describe it. But it's more like a building that's set and built on top of the moat with dozens of water wheels beneath it. And it almost looks like a wagon with dozens of wheels beneath it that are spinning constantly. And you notice that there's a stream, or maybe a small river or large stream, that is passing beneath it. And you can see inside the facility, this building, that it looks like there are more monstrosities on the inside, as if maybe they're being held in cages. And Najak leads you into the building, up a set of stairs, and now you get not the impression, you know that what you're doing is you're heading up a set of stairs onto like a platform with a building on it that has been built on top of this small moatish lake with a river that passes directly beneath it. And Najak nods to certain people as they enter the building. And then at a moment when someone walks by and maybe does a double take at Adelaide, Najak grabs them by the shoulders and leads them in a certain direction, turns them and makes a comment about one of the creatures out there. See how it's doing so much better now? The other day. But now we've been working with it. Maybe could you go just double check that everything is all right? And they're about to say something, but then Najak says, oh, thank you. I'll be sure to pass along what great your work, inform the King's Council of what great work you're doing. And the person scuttles away, now intent on pleasing Najak and making sure that their good deeds are heard by the king's council.
I'm just going to put the hood of my cloak up a little bit further up.
And now Najak leads you down a series of hallways, and you can hear as you enter the echoes of creatures in stables that are crying out, and these seem much healthier. Some of them, a few of them are terrestrial, for lack of a better term. They are of Orbis Terra origin, but most of them are predominantly from the darkness outside the wall. And as you enter, you can kind of feel the floorboards and the building itself like shaking and vibrating with the water that's passing beneath it. And those water wheels, every so often you look into a room and you can see the top of the water wheel like spinning, and it's powering something, and you can kind of see the lights within flickering. And there are all kinds of odd devices that are hooked up to different monstrosities, and their cages are being sealed with traces, shadow-like oils that are spinning and spiraling up and down the bars as if to keep all of these monstrosities contained. And Najak leads you into around a final corner and into a room, a large laboratory, where your street behemoth is laid out on a slab, being looked at and examined. And Najak waves to the attendants, and they kind of shrug like, we're in the middle of... Yeah, and she waves, or he waves. They shrug, then they leave, and they close the door behind them. And you're now looking at the monstrosity, the street behemoth that you took down. And you
I shoot to lay a guilty look.
You can see the hole, the socket, where the tooth was removed. And Najak's eyes go from the socket to the new pendant that's dangling.
The molar.
The molar that's dangling around your neck. Like I said, my friend, I recognized your work immediately. And
Najak, it has been many years, but you are still very observant and very smart. This was not a trophy taken in pride. This was a mistake I made, and I take the tooth to remember it.
Well, we'll see what comes of your remembrance then, old friend. What was it that you were doing yesterday at the Day of the Green, at the parade? You weren't a part of that business, were you? You know, for anyone else, I would have turned you in immediately, but for you, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
None of us, none of my friends nor I were involved. Not directly. We tried to prevent, we don't know what side is important. This monstrosity and a bunch of revolutionaries came in. They attacked the powers, the mages.
This is complicated business, my friend. And it seems that you are at least partly at the center of it all. You know there are orders for you and your friends out right now.
What kind of orders?
To capture 4 of you. This one I don't know. And Najak points to Enzo. The 2 dogs, of course, were not part of the description, but...
This monstrosity, which was in that attack, came from this museum by that brand, the most recent brand.
Enzo, go ahead.
How, perhaps, are you involved?
Enzo lays the wooden box, the wooden case, onto a nearby workbench. Najak thanks him for doing his service. And the box, now that you look at it, actually has there's no seam. There are no hinges. There are no locks to open up. It's just simply, well, it's actually, is it a box? Looks like it's a solid cube. Enzo places their hands over it, and after sliding a few pieces of the box this way and that way, pieces that had not prior to now revealed themselves, the box begins to kind of like transform and change, eventually unlock, pop open, and reveal a rather odd-looking device. Najak raises the device and takes a look at it. It looks like it's some sort of metal bonded with macabre materials and wood and stone. My friend, you are much deeper in all of this than you really know, and you, Najak looks to Alay, are very, very lucky. Very lucky. She will, or he will continue, and if you say nothing.
What do you know of Elay?
I know enough. I know that she was responsible for the death of a mage of the Guild of the Arts Cosmique.
That is calumny and falsehoods, dear sir.
He chuckles at that. Really, please explain to me.
He attempted to bore into my brain. I thwarted him. We questioned him. And upon interrogation, at asking him a very simple question of who's behind his actions, because I was able to discern that he was not himself. He convulsed, fell out a window, and burst into black goo.
Someone is knocking at the door now, and Najak waves them away. They go away.
That the flame was a monstrosity.
Najak looks at Elay and does this. Mm-hmm.
Well, if you believe me or not, that's what happened. And I have 3 other witnesses who can attest to this.
Najak has pulled the device out of the transformable wooden case that it came out of, and is now fiddling with it and making adjustments on a device that you're not really sure what the heck it does. But they continue to fiddle with it. I also understand you received a visit from a companion, from a fellow mage by the name of Barbier, did you not?
That is true.
They continue to fiddle. And what did this mage Barbier say to you?
She just above the table, Matt.
Yeah, right.
How much
GM
can we
to
trust
player.
this guy?
I don't know. I mean, you got to do some. I don't know. It's up to Philippe to tell you, maybe, and it's also like up to you to roll if you want.
All right, because I mean, I could just say this, and it's probably fine. I'm guessing seeing through tricks, illusions, rhetorical ruses, and lies might be helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
And you want to apply any effort?
Yeah.
Okay.
This feels very important.
1, 2, 3, a million?
Let's do 2.
2. Do you have an asset, or perhaps we can say that when you go into situations like this, you stay in a formation where someone can assist you?
Mm-hmm.
Would someone like to assist?
Mm-hmm.
I can assist. I have sense magic.
Okay.
I don't know if that's useful.
Now,
Might be useful on that device. Just saying.
are you going to focus on the device? Well, wait a minute. So,
Well-
Philippe, you're not. I mean, unless you're like
No,
saying this
I'm-
out loud, you're like, "Hey, everyone,
Yeah,
Elay, make a
Focus on
secret
the
you
roll
can't
right
Rubik's
now."
see
Cube.
anything with a helmet.
So we got
on.
4. Here's what I'm going to say with this, though. I'm just going to sort of not forewarn you, but I'm just going to sort of make you understand this. You are in a place of great knowledge, experience. If you're both, if Elay, you're going to do this, and Francois, you're going to assist, I'm going to ask for both of you to roll. And I'm not necessarily. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I had a separate plan. I was going to propose what Philippe just said. He took the words out of my mouth because I have magic training, which is a separate skill.
Okay.
That I'm trained in the basics of the operation of magic artifacts and ciphers and can understand and identify.
Oh, then if you're going to do this, you cannot assist Elay. Like it's
Okay.
It's a turn.
Then I won't.
So you would probably, and I'm going to guess that Elay, you would recognize that he's busily going to do his part, and you are going to do your part. So either Henri or Philippe and Enzo, possibly you, if you feel like you want to trust here. But I'm just going to say Philippe or Henri are really in a position, having worked with Elay for so long, to really help her. So can she count on Henri or Philippe, or?
Yeah, I can assist.
We can say that maybe, how about this? I like this
Yeah.
idea. Like maybe the 2 Pierres are sniffing around, but they know Elay. They've worked with, maybe not those particular versions, but the dogs naturally, instinctively trust her. Okay. So go ahead, Elay, and make your roll.
Oh, that is a 19.
Ladies and
Nice.
gentlemen, with a roll of a 19, we get something in the Cypher system known as a minor effect. So I'm going to let you know right off the bat. The intentions that you sense are that they are being honest right now and straightforward. They're not trying to, nothing deceptive at all. They're actually trying to be honest, and in a way that's almost remarkable. And you sort of chalk it up maybe to the relationship that Philippe and Najak had outside the wall. That's all you can really, unless there's some other thing going on. Now, I'm going to ask you, I have an idea for what I could give you, but with a minor effect, you get to sort of ask for something you think is helpful to you or something that would be interesting to happen, or is there anything you would like to know?
Gee, I'm really not sure. How about you guys? Do you have anything in mind?
I'm also willing to give you a moment on this. I usually wouldn't do this, but we can go to Francois and have Francois make his roll, and then after his roll, we can have you make. Just for now, I'll let you do that.
Yeah.
So I'll let you.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll let you marinate on that, and then Francois, you are up to. What are you up to now?
My ability is magic training.
Got it.
And because I spent all this time writing manuals and teaching classes, I
Okay.
would recognize a lot of different,
I love
students
this.
putting together a magical thing. I'd be like,
Yes.
oh, I know what that is.
Yes. So I'm gonna
know?
I'm gonna say right now, you get for that ability, you get an easement, and I'm just gonna give you a bonus easement just for the fact that you've done all this stuff. Now tell me, on top of that, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll apply 2 levels of effort,
Got it.
and that's it.
Yep.
I don't have anything else.
Go ahead.
4.
Tell me what you're kind of looking for here.
I'm just looking to see what it is that Najak is apparently assembling. Like, what is this an item that I would recognize that Najak is putting together?
I will tell
or-
you,
or putting in place.
whatever this is, it is an incredibly powerful device, and it is related to space-time. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
Elay, have you thought of, that's about enough time. I don't want to be too generous. Any sort of a minor effect you'd like?
I think I have a couple of questions sort of ruminating. I'm going to ask my companions
Okay, I'll allow
above the
this.
table, guys. I have a couple of questions. One is, you guys may or may not remember, but when we concluded a non-streamed one-shot involving Paul Durand, the prisoner who Barbier is using as a bargaining chip, she said, like, do not take this further. He's going to get executed. Leave this alone. I'm curious about that since he is associated with Barbier. Another thing would be perhaps related to the device that Francois just tried to discern what this is. If he knows anything about the sort of interdimensional beings that are possessing the people of interest, or something about the revolution.
You're asking Philippe if he knows, or Francois? Or Najak?
No, she's saying what should be the minor effect.
Oh.
Yeah, what
from
should be the minor
her
effect?
She's
successful-
crowdsourcing.
Yeah, because I'm like, I have 4 ideas. Which one do you guys like the best?
That's a lot of that's a lot of ideas.
I don't
There's a
know
lot
if
of
one of
ideas.
them is the fact that you, Elay, are a focal point of all of this. I mean, you have been targeted by the mages, and everyone knows who you are,
That's an excellent point.
including Najak. It seems like there's a little bit more below the surface pertaining to you.
This could be a conversation that you
Okay.
would have had. And I believe, I mean, if anything, we can call this a flashback to your discussions as you were all
All that
trying
time
to get to...
in the Whistling Pig.
No, well, no, I was actually going to say last night, before you all fell asleep, you're having a discussion.
Right.
And so during that time, you're discussing the different odds and ends of what has so far happened to you. And I'm so sorry,
Right.
Enzo, you are not there right now. But does anyone else have something to contribute or chime in? Henri or Francois, as you're all drifting off to sleep? Or is it just snoring?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay. Elay, do you feel like you have
Okay. I think in that case,
Back?
maybe the more urgent thing
Yeah.
is since people seem to be recognizing me, I would like to, one, not be considered a person of interest in this case anymore, and I'm very curious about why, if there's any other reasons why both these interdimensional people and, you know, revolutionaries, etc., are focusing in on me specifically, or if they're
But
just if
you-
it's just a superficial
You've
thing.
just kind of contradicted yourself, right? So you're saying you don't want to be part of the focus, but you want to know why
I
they're
don't.
focusing on you?
But I don't know why they're focusing on me.
So wait a minute. So you want to say you want them to forget the focus on you?
Well, I want the military
Mhm.
and any like official people who are like kind of poking into me.
Yeah.
You know, I want it to be known that I'm just, you know, I'm just a hick from the outskirts. Pay her no mind.
Mhm.
She is invisible.
I
kind
got
of
it.
thing.
So you'd
Right,
rather be
so-
anonymous. So you're
Right.
still
At
going to
least
be...
it's in an official capacity.
I
at
have to say, as a
least.
game master, you're still going to be part of the narrative here, but
Oh, of course. No. I'm just saying, like, as far as like,
you don't want it
'cause
to be
we're
known.
basically in a military institution, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that since they're kind of looking at me,
Mhm.
they might possibly consider arresting me
Got
or
it.
putting me in prison for questioning.
Okay.
I want none of that.
All right, so I'm willing to rewind the clock a little bit and say that you managed to, well, let's say this. At that very moment, the attendant that Najak took by the shoulder and led and waved them over to that particular pen to check out that particular monstrosity is checking out that particular monstrosity. And as they do so, the animal or the creature is getting increasingly irritated and angry. as they tend to its wound. And we'll say this is a bighorn, the monster with the giant gibbery mouth and the tentacles. And something clicks in that attendant's head, and they think to themselves, wait a minute. That was the one. She's the one. I know I saw her. I know I saw her take Mage Laflame yesterday. I'm sure of it. And as they say this, they've lost track of what the monstrosity itself was doing. And its tentacle swipes out, grabs it, wraps around it, and before they realize it, they're drawn into the giant gibbery mouth. And the monstrosity swallows and consumes it. And all that's heard is muffled screams from within. And the monstrosity swallows the one person that recognized who you were in just a few bites. But this did not go unnoticed. And now attendants are screaming this way and that, as this monstrosity, energized by a freshly eaten human, now begins to go on a rampage. And so with that, we'll go back. And that is your minor effect.
This is satisfactory.
However, there's a rumbling in the floorboards beneath you. You're completely unaware of what just happened. And we are back. So how are we continuing this line of inquiry?
So I explain the deal with Mage Barbier, including maybe some of the backstory of how we discovered Paul Durand was in fact innocent of this murder, and how she could use it as leverage, and what we found out at the meeting with the revolutionaries.
And so as you explain this, you notice in the shadows themselves begin to move. A shadow stretches out across the floor. And then the form of Mage Barbier, as if it were being 3D printed,
Long time no see.
emerges. And
I don't like what's going on because I'm very kind of surface.
You're
knowledge
kind of
what's
out of
happening.
you're out of the loop on all of this.
I'm kind of
Welcome
worried
to
for
the
my,
team.
Hey!
I'm worried for my own safety. So can I roll for a danger sense on this
You bet.
amorphous blob of person?
I
that's
like
popping
this.
up?
You got danger sense. Now, do you want to apply 1 or 2 levels of effort? This would be intellect effort, so that would mean drawing
2
3 points and then 2 points, so 5 points out of your intellect pool.
Okay.
I mean, only if you want to. I'm saying.
Yes, this is an important. I can't.
And then
risk this one.
yeah, so go ahead, give it a roll. 11. Mage Barbier, one of the mages of the Arts Cosmique, looks directly at you and chuckles. What a cute little boy you are, Enzo. But I assure you, I mean no harm. As a matter of fact, quite the opposite. These 4 have fulfilled and upheld their end of the bargain, as has been reported back to me, and as I have sensed in their minds. And all 4 of you feel a little tickling on the back of your neck, and the hairs stand on end. You know that she hasn't gone in, or Barbier hasn't gone into your mind yet, but she may very well in just a moment. And Najak looks and simply nods. Do you guys have any reaction to this, or are you just going to allow them to continue to?
I'd like to try to resist this feeling just because I dislike it when people try to like get their tentacles into my brain.
As you resist,
It's
it's a feeling like something on the other side is just bending like a reed with you. So she's not particularly trying, but she's still going into Henri, Philippe, and Francois' minds. You can sense it, guys.
Yeah.
But she's sort of backing off LA, letting LA gently push her out.
I am going to step forward and take a chance and put my hand on the works that the jock is spinning around in their hand and say, how are you involved in this?
So you're not resisting Maitre
No.
Barbier?
No.
Francois, how about yourself?
Nah.
So first of all, we'll do it in this order. So Philippe and Francois. Henri, are you?
So it's basically like a feeling here that we're resisting. Because I mean,
She's about to go into your.
her. Last time we faced her, she had physically like restrained us.
This is not. I'll tell you right now. You don't get the same sort of seizing of muscle and circuitry in your bodies that you were feeling before. This is a probe.
Then I'm gonna resist. I don't like anybody trying to mess with my mind.
You get that same feeling like Ilea is getting. As you resist, she's gently pulling back. But Francois and Philippe, since the two of you are not resisting, in the snap of your fingers, she runs through every memory, starting from the moment that she left you at the Whistling Pig, the moment she transformed back out of being like the cook or the chef, I can't remember what it was, and then you walking along, just in fast forward, you go all the way to the meeting, everything that happened since then, and she slows down and stops and just like freeze frames on the 5 fingers of the Seraphinians. She freeze frames on just about every time you look around the room and you take a snapshot of here and there and the other thing. And she's basically essentially downloading information out of your brains. And this is all like shocking to you. And this happens again in the snap of your fingers. But you recall every single detail, like things you hadn't even noticed when you were seeing them live and in person. And then she just simply says, thank you. And she looks to Najak and just nods. I have what I need now.
And may we request that you release Paul Durand as per your agreement?
She waves her hand, and there, misting almost to life, there's a clerk sitting at a desk somewhere at St. Rem prison, who is a stodgy older man, looks down the nose of his at his glasses and looks at a piece of paper. Reprieve, and he places the paper down and he stamps it, and then very quickly you can kind of see that some guards go. They go running down a hallway. Stop the execution, stop! And just, they turn a corner, and just as Paul Durand is about to be hung, they stop it. And he starts yelling, what's going on? I'm guilty. What's going on? My family. The deal was for my family. If they should have, no, my family. And I don't know nothing about your family, buddy, but let's go. You're out of here. You got to, they hold up like a document. And they pull him away. My family, no, my family. And then you just flash to like him being thrown out on the street. And someone's placing a document in a cabinet in storage somewhere. And he's weeping on the ground, talking about how his family won't be able to survive now. The deal was my life for my family to be taken out of the city to a place of greener pastures. What's going to happen now? Where's my family? And Mage LaFlame just simply waves her hand again and it mists away.
Hey, Matt, in that scroll of visions,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know if
Someone's
I can
knocking on the
pick up-
door again.
Oh, for God's
Najak goes
sakes.
to... Go ahead.
Is there something that I could have made an effort to try and pick up what she was focusing on?
Floor shaking. Yeah, she was freeze framing on the 5 fingers. She stopped on the handshake between Elay and the farmer impersonator. And then she stopped on a whole bunch of faces, but they weren't really faces because they were all wearing disguises.
The masks.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Masks and capes.
That's what she got. Okay.
Now the floor is clearly shaking, and Najak looks to the 4 of you and Mage LaFlame and looks incredibly concerned. And through the door now, you can hear the shouts and exclamations from people outside. Screams, yells. Some of them are valiant, sacrificial yells. Others are those in pain and agony. And Najak looks at the 5 of you and Mage Barbier. They're out of their pens.
Do we want to be part of this, or do we want to get out of here?
If you say this out loud, Najak just says, we may have no choice. We're in the center of it all.
So, all of them?
She doesn't know. Or he doesn't, or Najak doesn't know.
Looks like a call to action. If we have no place to go,
Yes.
can I roll for
Whether I can sneak away with no one noticing.
Oh shoot! I have to deliver a different package.
Oops.
See you guys.
Time to log
It's my
off of
break-
Zoom.
It's my break time. It's my break time.
Yes.
There's something under this desk here.
That's right.
Is there? Can I roll for find the way?
Yeah, I like this. Yeah, absolutely. You got find the way.
And then could I apply some effort?
1 or 2.
Let's do 2.
Okay.
Right. And then I will roll.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen. So that was a 20, and with a roll of a 20, you do indeed get a major effect as a duly designated representative of Monty Cook and the Cypher system. So not only do you find the way, you know exactly the route to take to get the heck out of here, which completely impresses Najak. Mage Barbier simply shrugs.
Mage Barbier called me cute, so this is me saving
That's
face.
true. That's true. So with your roll of a 20, you get all of that. But tell me, is there some sort of major effect you want? And you can go ahead and ask your companions about this because they actually they kind of know the system better, and they played it for a long time, so they may be able to give you some good advice on. But you're
wondering
totally free to...
I'm wondering if not only can we find our way out, but on the way out, there is something that entraps or subdues the beasts, or does something to kind of mitigate the breakout.
Well, my cricket friend, Gerald, calms monstrosities, so this might help. I'd rather get out of this with damaging as little state property as possible.
So we take Gerald and fling him toward the monsters and head the opposite direction.
He's my Gerald.
Right?
Be careful with Gerald.
How does Gerald work? I need to understand better.
So I just sort of like take him out, and then he can sort of hop skip and jump towards monstrosities that are distressed or injured or in pain somehow, and they sort of
Is it the chirping sound? Is it the sound of
a-
the
It's a
vibration of the
horrible
legs?
kind.
language. Horrible.
Dab, 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 dab.
But it works.
Because we
Yeah.
can just use the PA system that's tied to the lab. Let's
Aha.
broadcast that cricket song, and
This
let's
is an
calm everyone
excellent
in.
idea. I mean,
Najak and Mage Barbier do a double take. They have no idea what a PA system is.
It's a long horn. It's just a series of horns and tubes that
Oh, you mean for
So-
announcements?
there you
Mhm.
go. For announcements. Do we have that? Is that there? What kind of museum is this?
They kind of look at each other like, this is nuts. And they inform you that, well, actually Najak, because Najak is the real expert. Najak informs you that yes, indeed, they do have an announcement system, which will amplify sound. And if that's indeed what you would like to do, you may, but they question, or Najak questions the effectiveness of this. And now you can clearly see, looking down the hallways, that people are going this way and that, and they're like slamming doors and securing areas. And now the creatures inside, there's something going on outside. You can hear the roars. Here within, where all of these monstrosities are being kept, they're all getting extremely impatient in their holding cells, and they're starting to slam themselves against the walls and slam against not actually against the energized bars that are kind of keeping them in, but against the mortar and stone walls of the architecture of the building itself.
So my question is, can Gerald see these monstrosities outside of some sort of window or a crack in the wall or something so that he knows what to do?
To be honest, well, Enzo, you rolled a 20, so I had envisioned this as being inside the building, but I'm willing to say, if you think this will help, there's a PA system and a window. This is a stretch. There is a sound amplification system next door, where like a small
some form of an HVAC.
pimply
form of an
faced
antiquated
little like fresh, wet behind the ears recruit with a cracking voice makes announcements. Please remain calm. And you can now hear it starting to echo all throughout. So Najak just looks at you and, yes, is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, Alea, let's make your little guy do some work.
Okay.
I'd sort of take his cage out and I just place it in front of the PA system so he can see the monstrosities, but it doesn't go out towards them. And I'm like, okay, do your job, Gerald. And I give him a little nip of some beer to encourage him.
Right. Out of a little flask you have on you.
A little flask I carry around.
That really fills him with liquid courage. And he starts hopping around in circles, maybe a little bit too excited. Maybe you worry that you give him a little bit too much. Then he spins a little bit, and then he hops over toward a sound amplification system that is used to make general announcements around the facilities. And the pimply-faced fellow that's operating it just like kind of looks like this is really bizarre. And that's also coming from the game master's heart as well. And so he like throws some switches and gets some things done, and you can kind of see like you can hear a hum of like some sort of machinery or some sort of something going into operation. And then with that, you hear a feedback sound, and then Gerald begins to rub those little legs together. And at first it's awful. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard, echoing throughout. And when it hits, actually most of the people fleeing like cover their ears and like fall to the ground. A few monstrosities end up mauling a few of the unfortunate victims that trip and fall. And you can see now that they're starting to bash down the walls and climb over them. And these things that were sleepy have now been awakened, and they're quite like upset at this point, and they're stampeding. And the members of the military, the king's army, a lot of the recruits are being called in, and with that, a few of them begin to calm, but there are quite a few that are still going about very, very angrily.
All right. Well, looks
Do
like
we want to give
that's
him a little bit more time to get warmed up and into the groove, or do we try something else?
At a certain point, I'm just going to say you wait for a while, and Najak looks incredibly impatient and just says, look, I need to go help. We got to do something, or just
Okay, so
leave the cricket. It's taking care of a few of them.
Those 3.
hey, 3 is better than none.
True.
Okay, so are we, Najak, since you are the commanding officer of this facility, I presume, what would you have us do? Do you want us to
We need to go corral
maim
them.
or injure? Okay. I suppose you have a procedure for this?
Yes, let's go. Let's get out there.
Okay.
Let's get to it. And Najak snaps their fingers, and basically Barbier kind of sighs, as if Barbier is kind of tired of all of these human issues, and then sort of disappears into the shadows again. Not
But
necessarily.
before I do, I hand her thumbs back.
2 thumbs up.
You may not need these.
She
but I
she
did
reappears,
say I would
catches
give
them,
back.
and then pulls them back in, and you hear like a thank you,
Great.
uncharacteristically chipper.
This is like a 10 a.m. monstrosity fracas, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what we're looking at.
Yeah.
It's very
Are-
early in the morning for this.
Are any of them outside, or they're still inside?
They are outside, so they are in the pens and corrals. And as you sort of move down the hallway, I'm not sure what particular order you're going in, but you can hear them like bashing themselves against the walls, and they're like angry, and they're just like going nuts at this point. And it's quite frightening, actually, to be enmeshed in all of this. And then as you step out, you step onto the platform that kind of and you remember that you're on a raised, watery platform where it's kind of like over water, and there are these water wheels that are spinning beneath it and kind of powering the facility, not unlike perhaps the Grand Labyrinth powers the entire city of Braves itself. And now looking out, you can kind of see that there's a behemoth that's charging down a few visitors to the facility.
That's near the entrance.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is
imagining.
there any particular order? Can we establish our order at this point?
I will
What do
be
you
in
mean?
Front.
Like who-
Your order of battle, because I had pictured it. You're coming
Oh, okay.
out of the facility, right? And so you're kind of passing across a bridge, and as you look around, there are multiple bridges that are kind of extending off of this, and they go over that moat that I was talking about. But what's actually happening is that the facility itself is built on top of like a small pond or lake or whatever you want to call it, or a large pond or small lake. And there's a river that's running along and cutting the place in half. And that's where all those water wheels are kind of churning and turning. So when you depart, when you leave it, you kind of have to go in a bit of a column here and decide an order.
I can go first. I'll be ahead, the leader of the little. Since we have to go single file, I'll be at the front.
All right.
I will go behind him.
All right.
I can go next.
Okay. I'm writing all this down.
I guess I can go next.
I'll just bring up the rear then.
I release Gerald from his cage so he can hop towards whichever monstrosity he wishes to continue to soothe.
He runs out and he finds one suitably angry and begins to like sing to it, hopping along the grass. And the thing is trying to charge him down, but it's kind of like a fly attacking an elephant or or vice versa. Actually, there's no real way that elephant is going to ever get at that fly, and it's just hopping out of the way. And I'm sorry, not Enzo. Enzo is Gerald is. So the first thing you see, Francois, as you step onto grass, onto land, and off the cobblestone bridge, is this enormous behemoth. And now this is not a street behemoth. This is a wild behemoth that is bearing down on a few guests there. Are you up to anything?
Yeah, I'm going to cast Onslaught
And so,
at it.
okay, so are you going to use the psychic version or the physical version?
I'm gonna. Well, it has a lot of might, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
This big beast, but it wouldn't have as much intellect.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to attack its intellect. This Mind Slice inflicts 2 points of intellect damage, ignores armor.
Okay. So onslaught and anything else to ease the task?
Just effort. I'm going to apply 2 levels of effort.
Okay.
I'm going to ask before we move to that piece, Najak, if these beasts are worth more or more useful if we keep them alive,
The
as opposed to slaying them.
question, Enzo, the question is, what is the level of harm? That is what we use in monstrosity speak. There's 3. 1, no harm. 2, you can impair them, but they live. And 3 is fatal.
So in that
The Jock, what is our level of harm?
Level of harm.
at this point, this creature is going to kill those guests.
3.
So I would recommend yes. At this point, it's more important to preserve a life than it is to preserve the beast, the creature.
Glad I asked.
So Francois, you're applying 3 levels. 17. 17, not
17.
bad. So the creature itself, with a 17, stops for a moment, and it senses, or you kind of recognize the fact that this thing senses what's going on, and it digs in, and it's trying to go after those guests, but it slows and stops and then shakes its head from left and right as if trying to shake off the feeling or whatever it is that's coming onto it. And you can see something beneath the skin burst, a blood vessel perhaps, if these things use blood. And when this happens, it takes a misstep, trips and falls. And then, however, it begins to get up. However, we're going to Philippe now at this point.
And I'm going to swing at it with my hammer.
Okay, go ahead, and you've got your hammer. Any
Hammer,
effort?
yes. 1 level, and we're going to use actually 2 levels of speed effort.
Okay.
And the way this works with armor, because I did take the time to look it up,
Oh, good.
I have 1 edge in speed. So the first level of effort is 2.
Right.
The second level of effort is another 2,
Works.
right?
Yep, that's exactly the way it works.
For my medium armor, I add 2 to that for a 6.
Oh, right.
It costs me 6 speed points to use those 2 levels of effort.
Right.
I am skilled. It's not trained, skilled in heavy bashing attacks. So that is another 2 levels.
Okay. All right.
And we will take a roll. Oh.
Do
I
it.
did not do this right.
It's all right.
Hold on.
$16. With a roll of a 16, you are able indeed to hit. How much damage does it do?
13.
All right. I'm not going to say anything about that. Okay. We have Enzo up next. And now at this point, the creature is pretty upset, suffice to say. And it's upset at the first thing coming out directly at it, and the first thing that caused it to bleed internally. And you can see this, Francois, as it turns its enormous head toward you. You can see blood streaming down out of its nostrils. Whatever your mind slice did, it did it pretty painfully. And it's focusing in on you. Enzo, you're up.
I sense there's a lot of chaos that could get worse. I think if this creature isn't immobilized sooner than later, this could really get out of hand. So I will roll for a detonation web.
Oh, okay. So you're going to use your detonation
Nice.
web. So go ahead and so first of all, tell us what you have, what the detonation web is.
So it projects a small physical explosive up to a long distance away that explodes in an immediate radius and creates sticky strands of goo.
Yeah.
PCs caught in the area must use might-based action to get out.
Okay.
Yep.
So go ahead. We'll count that as an easement of 1. Do you want to apply any effort to this?
Yes.
1 or 2?
Let's see 2.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
Jeez.
So you fire the detonation web, and it does go out in the right area, but it's not quite as precise as you had hoped it would be. And it ends up hitting an area of the corral, an area of the pen, and wrapping itself around several times the stonework, and some of it shatters. And as it shatters, there are several more monstrosities that do not emerge, but boy, it's really scary at this point. It looks like they're pushing through. And now, looking around you, you can see that it's chaos. This is not the only monstrosity that has escaped. There are others that are being taken care of at this point. Ilay, we're up to you.
All right.
I'd like to add, it's still charging at Francois.
Okay. So immediately, I'm gonna start wielding my my heavy tooth bashing weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I am practiced in all weapons.
Okay. So that just
and experienced in armor.
Okay, so that just means that there are no penalties to your attack.
Right.
Do you want to apply any effort?
Yes.
1 or 2 or 3?
Let's go with a 3.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. It's a 9.
A 9. I'm so sorry, but with a 9, you take a swing, and unfortunately, that is not quite enough, even with the easement. It was close. It was close. And the thing is still charging, actually, for Francois, who is at, I would just like to let everyone know, at the tip of your spear. And at this point, there are several other beasts that are taking care of, shall we say, other guards and members of the naturalists that work there, trying to calm and ease them. We're up to you, Henri.
Henri!
So the imminent threat is the one attacking Francois.
Yeah,
right?
there are a bunch of things going on, right? But just for the sake of simplicity here, I'm focusing in on the one.
All right. Well, I am going to charge at this beast, and I'm going to use my run and fight, which is I can move a short distance and make a melee attack that inflicts 2 additional points of damage.
I like that.
I'm an unarmed fighter. Like I have no need for weapons, so I'm gonna do the charge and into just a like kung fu style kick right to the. Well, I don't know how big are its eyes.
I'd say that the eyes. I'm just making this up right now. 9 to 12 inches.
Okay, so pretty big target. So yeah, I'll try to do a jumping kick
So you-
into one of its eyes.
So run and fight. Are you applying effort? Up to 3 levels.
Yeah, I'll do 2 levels of effort,
Okay.
and then no need for weapons just means that my kicks do damage as if they were medium weapons.
Okay.
All right, and away we go. Where are my dice?
You can
Roll.
There you go.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
18.
With an 18, that does indeed hit. Tell us what. So first of all, how many points of damage is that?
Well, it's medium is 4, right?
Okay,
And
that's right.
then- And it's an additional 2 for
6.
the run and fight, so
Mhm.
that's 6 points.
Okay.
And I think 18 does extra, doesn't it?
I'm sorry. You think what does?
Doesn't 18 do extra damage?
Oh yes, you're right. I'm so sorry. So 20 does 4, 19 does 3, 18 does 2. So we're going to add 2 in there, and you have 8 points of damage.
That's a total of 8. Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that is the last attack, and now it is the behemoth's turn at this point. So it is just flat out charging Francois at this point. So Francois, what you're going to have to do is make a defense roll, and tell me if you want to use any sort of ability or any kind of effort or a particular asset in order to ease the task at all.
Yeah, I would like to use an ability if I could.
Sure.
Energy protection.
Okay.
Choose a discrete type of energy you have experience with. You gain +10 armor against damage from that type of energy for 10 minutes. I'm going to choose kinetic energy.
Ooh. Yep.
Just charging monstrosity defense energy.
That's
Well-
the one.
Well, the way I envision it is do you guys know Speedball from Marvel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. If I use energy protection and it's kinetic energy, it just sort of hits me and I bounce around like a pinball without actually taking damage.
Okay. So you've got
So
that.
that's the ability.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to apply effort.
1 or 2.
2.
All right.
And then I guess that's it.
So
I don't have any.
if you gain +5, you're not
+5.
wearing armor, so you just get the +5, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Two.
Um.
Now I'm thinking that the idea of standing there and letting my energy protection spell absorb kinetic energy was maybe not the way to go.
Well, there's another factor here.
Maybe dodging would have been smarter.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Do they have stand your ground laws in Braves? So there's one other small factor that the behemoth charges, hitting you full force, because your obviously your ability did not come into play here. hold on one second. Let me just consult my my homebrew manual to calculate the damage, taking into account the several dozen molars that this behemoth has, which makes it into a very, very unstoppable force. Just give
What degree of hamburger is Francois at this point?
Well, let me just double check something here. Here we go. Okay, so 14 points of damage. These are accumulated based on the number of teeth and other factors here. So I'm going to need you to take 14 points as it essentially slams into you and then tramples you, sending you backward into, well, we'll say onto the beach or onto the water. So what you need to do, and I don't think anyone has ever really taken this much damage in one of my games before, or at least not not in a stream game. So just to let you know the procedure for this, Francois, you need to first deduct the points out of your might pool. So whatever you have left in might, and then they come out of speed following that. So I'm kind of curious to know, what is your might pool down to?
0.
Okay. What is your speed pool down to?
It's 14.
Okay. All right. And so at that, because you're down 1 level on the damage track, that means that any sort of attempts you make at combat are all going to be hindered by 1 step. So for every time you go down in a pool, you're hindered by 1 step. If that makes any sense.
So on the sheet, I should put a check on damage track impaired.
Yeah, impaired.
On the character sheet.
Yes,
impaired.
Exactly. And as you're flung back, you land in the water. And there are actually, you land in the water right next to a few children that are probably hiding. So let's go back up to the top of the round. And so, Francois, that thing is kind of standing right over you right now, and it is your turn. And it doesn't look like it looks angry still and upset. And you can see as it like moves itself like back and forth, the tusks and tentacles on it are just throwing blood out into the water, and it's misting and mixing into the water, turning the water a dull red, coppery red. And the children are just sort of like frightened out of their wits.
Okay, so this is risky, but I am going to use Death Touch.
Okay.
You gather disrupting energy in your fingertip and you touch a creature. So
okay.
I'm literally putting a finger on
Yes.
it, which might not be the smartest way to approach it.
Yeah, so okay. But it is standing right over you. So at this point, like, are you going to do anything, though, to protect the children? I mean, I'm not trying to make a decision for you at all, but...
Well, this is my attempt to protect the children.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. I'm. If this monster is, on a rampage, I need to. I mean, I also, I'm stepping away from the children towards the monster.
Right. Okay. I like.
I'm leaving them behind me to go towards the monster. I'm putting myself between the monster and the children, and I'm going to use Death Touch.
Okay.
You gather disrupting energy in your fingertip and touch a creature. If the target is an NPC or a creature of level 3 or lower, it dies. You haven't told us the level, but I'm assuming it's more than 3. So I'm gonna have to
Well,
roll.
yeah. I mean, on the other hand, I may be taking damages into. I won't say anything.
Okay.
So
So let
you've
me.
got Death Touch. It's going to
Mhm.
cost you 6 intellect. What is your intellect down to at this point?
My intellect is down to 10, I think.
Okay. Okay. So with
Yeah.
this withdrawal, it's down to 4.
It's down to 4 now.
Okay.
And I'll apply effort.
1 or 2.
2.
Okay.
But that takes my intellect down to 0.
Okay. Okay.
So
It's
I have
your
14
character.
I have 14 speed points left, and that's my entire pool. But if I roll this and save these children, it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
17.
Okay, so that's a little bit more like it. So with a roll of a 17, tell me what this sort of looks like. So it's like you can smell its breath like right in your face, and it's misting across and out over you and over the children that are like kind of shivering behind you in the water and trying to sort of tread water. What does it look like as you?
I have to close my eyes and get my hands ready, and you see like a cascade of energy over my whole body, and then it stops being over my whole body. It just sort of narrows and narrows. It disappears from my head, disappears from my shoulders, and just gets more intense around my hands until it's finally in the tip of my finger. All that energy collects into the tip of my finger, and then I go Tooch! on the creature, and it just all that energy jumps from my finger and into the creature.
So indeed, just as you do this, it's quite shocking and surreal because the thing is like barreling forward, and just as you touch, maybe at the across the bridge of its nose, its trunk, it just slows and softens in your hand, and you can see a little bit of mist and a horrible odor of burning monstrosity flesh as you place your hand on it. And you actually watch as your ability vibrates through the creature, and it essentially singes every hair on its body, and you see small little mites and small little parasites attached to it begin to tumble off as they are almost vaporized and tumble and roll down off. And it's a little bit gross here, but it tumbles down and dozens of them rain down on you. And you watch them as they hiss like cigarette butts in the water, each one of them hitting. And the thing rolls its eyes at you. And the feeling that you get is that it's not about to die, but you've done some serious damage to it. And that would be the movement down 1 track on the damage track. At least, it's not exactly canon here what I'm doing, but the truth is it was clearly you feel over a level 3 in game speak. But I'm going to give you the damage to the creature. And it just stops for a moment. But that eye rolls and just trains itself on you. Philippe.
Hammer swing, 2 levels of speed effort with the additional armor impairment.
Okay.
Using 2 levels or 2 pieces of might to deliver a crushing
2 points.
blow.
Yep.
2 points.
So
yes.
we're easing it by 3. Is that correct?
3 plus heavy bashing attacks skilled, easing it by 5.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
12.
With a roll of a 12, you are able to make contact and hit it. And as you hit it, I'm assuming kind of like from behind or from the side here.
Yes, from
you
behind.
You knock it off, and you can feel, Francois, as it just sort of shifts, like listing, like a warship in the water. and more of those little bits of mite, or those, I should say, those small mites, fall off of it, and parasites hissing as they hit the water. Enzo, what are you up to? And there's still chaos all around the yard.
Yeah, I feel like I sense that that creature is the foremost priority.
Mm-hmm.
So I will focus my attention on that. I will roll for a hunter seeker.
Oh, okay. So
Cypher.
so you're using the hunter seeker, and I believe it circles what, like 5 or 6 times until it finds its target.
Attacks, yeah, with long range movement. The missile tracks and attacks a specified target.
Yep.
If it misses, it continues to attack 1 additional time per Cypher level until it hits.
Okay. So with that, go ahead. You've got the hunter seeker. Is there anything like? Do you want to apply effort to this?
Do I even have any more effort?
Well, what you do is you take it out of your pools, right? So it first comes out of, or I mean, it comes out of. I would say in this particular case, it probably comes out of speed or intellect.
Let's do speed.
Okay, so that would be 3 points out of speed. Or actually, you have an edge in speed, right? So it's 2 points out of your intellect.
I do. Okay.
Go ahead and make your roll. An 11 circles, and the first pass, it does go out, and it looks like it's about to hit, but then it circles. And you can feel it, Francois, the hiss of the hot air as it zips in front of your face and moves around, and it'll come back again for the next turn. We are up to Ilay at this point.
Okay, so I'm gonna charge in there again with my club. I imagine that it has like it's made from the base of a monstrosity tooth, and then it has fused to it other jagged teeth with like serrated edges. So I'm just gonna like wield it and then sort of like come down onto its tender area in its neck, and then just start like sawing at it.
Okay, cool. And now, do you want to apply effort to this? 1, 2, or 3 levels?
Let's do 3.
Okay, 3 is going to cost you 2, 4, 6 points out of, we'll call it speed.
Okay.
Okay?
That's fine.
All right. So go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. And that's a 16.
With a 16, you clearly hit the thing. How many points of damage do you do?
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's the first hitch. Is this a light, medium, or heavy weapon?
This is a heavy weapon.
Heavy weapon is going to do 6 points of damage, which is nothing to sneeze at. And so I'm just going to automatically deduct 6 points. And again, this time, Francois, the thing lists in the opposite direction. So it was listing toward as if it were about to sink this away, and then Ilay knocks it right back the other way. And again, it's a very surreal feeling as you move, your hand moves with the creature from one side to the other as you lay your death touch on it. Last person up before the creature goes again, Henri.
How shook up does this thing look?
It's listing back and forth, and it seems like it's sort of possessed with like fury, specifically directed at Francois. Probably from the mind slice.
Probably gonna kill him in the next turn.
Or try.
So, all right, I have a gas bomb, and I want to use it. Is this thing big enough that I could affect it and not anybody else?
What is the range on the gas bomb? Is this thing
like elephant size? Like what? I'm just trying to get a sense for how big this guy
it's
is.
Probably a little bit bigger than an elephant.
Okay. So a gas bomb says, thrown a short distance. This bursts in a poisonous cloud within an immediate area.
Immediate area would be
cloud.
Go ahead.
okay, I'm sorry. The cloud lingers for 1d6 rounds unless conditions dictate otherwise.
Immediate area is going to put it in the danger zone for Francois. He is
And
immediately
the children.
and actually
And the children.
yeah, if you're worried about them.
Maybe the children.
Maybe. Probably.
Yeah, then maybe that's not such a smart idea.
Do it, Henri. Do it.
All right.
We gotta save these kids.
No.
Well, yeah, or we could poison them with poison gas.
Yeah, you can also
Um,
poison me. I'm there like at its head level.
Oh,
No, that's
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah.
How much control do I have over my Pierres?
What do you want him to do?
I want them to go and like bark and nip at this thing's heels and hopefully distract it.
Okay, I'll allow that. So, yeah, so this is NPC against NPC, but in this particular case, I'll let you roll for each one of them. If you just want to
Okay.
sick them on,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they could do any damage to it, but just enough to annoy /
Yeah.
distract them.
take its attention.
And, yeah, save Francois' skin.
So go ahead and make a couple of rolls.
Okay.
One and tell
So
me
we'll-
which one is for which.
Yeah, so we'll roll young Pierre first.
Okay.
His 2-year-old Pierre rolls a 3, which is not very
Yeah,
good.
I'm gonna just say, given the levels of the two creatures and all that, normally what happens in a game like or in Cypher system is we just look at the levels and the higher level wins, and there's some sort of. But I was willing to play with it, but for a roll of a 3, it kicks it
Yeah.
away.
And then
It looks angry.
now this is Duck Hunt Pierre.
Yeah. 13.
See, he rocks.
So 13
Yeah,
is a little
he
bit better.
rocks.
And with that, though, it latches onto the hide. And it's just
Mhm.
like on one of its rear legs, on its haunch or something. And it just holds on. But the truth is, looking at the thing, it doesn't even look like it. It barely notices. The hide of the thing is so thick, presumably.
Well, I tried, Francois. See you in the next life. Maybe Bruno can bring you back as a 2-year-old.
Or as a bracer.
We can wear them. I'll deliver that.
Yeah.
Francois bracers.
Okay. All right, Francois. So it's up to the behemoth now. Or I should say it's down to the behemoth. It's that eye is still lolling and just focused on you, and it's furious. And it just simply steps forward, digging its hooves or its feet into the ground. And its mouth opens up. And now, you're almost like, I'm not going to say Quint, but you're feeling visions of Quint as the thing, comes at you. Now you're going to have to, this is kind of like point blank range, and you've literally got your hand on it. And you've been knocked down 1 notch on
I'm
the damage
impaired.
track. You're impaired. So what are you down to now, as far as any points go?
My might pool is 0. My intellect is 0.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Did I say 1 track? 2 tracks.
Oh, 2 tracks.
With 2
debilitated.
pools. Yeah, so that's 2 hindrances.
Right. Yeah, and all I have left is my speed pool,
How many points there?
which is 14.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I'm rolling to.
You're rolling to
dodge or
defend.
avoid.
Yeah, so you can
Defend.
tell me, do you have an asset? Do you want to apply effort? Effort means drawing from, it would have to be speed. It does make sense anyway.
Right.
And it's going to cost 3 for the first level, 2 for the next.
Well, I have 1 edge.
right,
in
so
speed,
2 for the
so-
first, 2 for the second,
Okay.
if you want. You don't have to.
Can
Just
I apply
remember
3 levels?
those are your hit points, though.
Right. Can I apply 3 levels?
You can. That's 6 points.
So it would be 2, 2. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
This is like in Vegas when you bet on, you're like, everything on black.
Right. So.
So 3 levels
I'm
of
not gonna-
effort.
Right.
Now, what's really happening here is if you're applying 3 levels of effort, easing the task by 3. 2 of those are canceled out because of your movement on the damage track. So you're really getting 1.
Okay.
I have a question about my hunter seeker missing, but continuing to try to hit until continuing to attack before it hits. Is that per round, or is it still trying to hit it before it's like trying to get to Francois?
I'm pretty sure it's per round. So the idea is that when it comes back to you, it does another
So after
swipe.
Francois dies, then it'll
Let's not
Too late.
Let's not joke. Too soon. It's
Right.
so soon it hasn't even happened yet. Okay, so Francois, you're
So the only thing left to do is roll, I suppose.
yeah.
Okay. 11.
Unfortunately,
Ooh.
with an 11, that is, and with an easement of 1, that isn't quite enough. And you are, of course, you're not wearing
XP.
armor. And it does barrel forward just mindlessly. And I will say that what Henri, Philippe, Enzo, and Elay see is the behemoth churning forward like a Clydesdale, just attacking, digging its heels if it had them, or its hooves if it had them, into the soft beach around the moat. Just impaling, perhaps, very quickly, this is very hard to see, enveloping Francois, taking him down beneath the water for 13 points of head-on damage. And you said you had how many?
After I used applied the effort and used my, I'm down to 8.
So
13 points takes me down
and
to
no
0
armor.
in all 3. Yeah.
And so with that, you disappear beneath the water. But as this happens, the 2 children are able to move to the beach, where your teammates are able to pull them to shore, and the creature collapses on top of you. And then as it disappears beneath the water, it's now Philippe's turn.
It's still nearby enough to attack.
Yeah, I mean, its haunches or whatever are in the water, and you can just see them pumping. And
I'm dropping the hammer and just attacking it with my fists and brass knuckles that I wear.
okay,
And I'm going to apply
I'll count the brass knuckles.
3 levels of might effort and add 2 additional points of might for crushing blow.
Now, that means you're spending 2 more points. And that's just to
Correct.
add damage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what would the total damage be, tallying all this up, assuming this succeeds?
There'll be 12 damage.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll. A 15 is barely enough. And you come at it from the rear, like literally. You can see one of the Pierres at its heel, just not letting go and trying to drag it out of the water. And tell us how you hit it with the brass knuckles.
It's just a leap atop its head and then smashing straight down upon its brain pan, where I know from my experience with these, it is softest. Just into its brain.
You feel the give of its skull beneath your brass knuckles. And what tension in its muscles or what force in its gait or stride, it's suddenly just released. And the thing collapses. And what you see is a cloud of ichor begin to spread out. And it sinks into the water, and you sink partially with it on top of it. Your hand stuck somewhere inside its brain. And then the water fills the vacuum that your punch has left. And you yank it. You have some difficulty yanking it out. And as you do so, there's a long rope of gray brain matter that splatters out onto the shore. And you see the creature twitch once or twice. And then the light is extinguished from its body. And what I'll say with that is, because it's getting rather late here, and I think that I don't like to fight out every single little monster, but I will say that around the grounds, here and there, the other monstrosities are eventually put down or captured or caged, taken back to their pens. Victims, guests, military, cadets, others just who came running to help are now moving to sort of organize and bring some semblance of order back to the Army museums, the grounds of the Army museums. And now you're just left with the behemoth. And a few minutes later, the remaining four of you stand looking down at this behemoth and wondering what may or may not have happened to Francois, and knowing that he's either in the water or he's beneath it.
Pull at its head.
You gonna yank it out?
Try to.
Pulling it out, and maybe some other army. Najak calls for some officers, and of course Henri and Ele and Enzo all lend a hand, and you begin to pull the thing out. And you ordinarily wouldn't be able to do something like this. The thing weighs tons, but there's something you feel it, Philippe. It's the fury and the anger you feel, and maybe Ele and Henri being so close and having traveled so far with Francois, you're able to pull the thing out, and there's a tremendous waterfall of ichor and black oil, freshen, and other grue that streams out of it and like an oil slick spreads out across the water. And now you're just left staring at the surface, and Najak is silent. And now, actually, you hadn't noticed, but Mage Barbier is there as well. And the six of you just stare down at it. And some of the more regular, everyday folks who helped out soldiers and guests and others kind of look at each other respectfully, waiting to see what you wish to do at this point. Saying nothing.
I want
I
to
mean,
dive in the water and pull them out.
It's been a long time.
So then you're going to go pull them out?
Yeah.
So wading out into the water, the black oil stains the material of the fabrics of your clothing and gets onto any armor, and you think nothing of it as you wade through and reach down beneath, where it's surprisingly clear once you've cleared away the dark oil slick on the surface. And Francois is there, floating. You take him, I assume, by the shoulders, and Ile and Philippe and Enzo, maybe you're there at shore to pull him out onto the grass and lay him to rest. And
I'm gonna, if I can, I'm gonna turn to Barbier and I'm gonna say, what can you do? Bring him back.
She shrugs and just simply says, I misjudged you and your friends. You are much better people than I have ever been and ever will be. But your friend's sacrifice will not go for naught. Najak lays a hand on Philippe. I know that this is a difficult time for you, but we cannot wait for too long. Someone will recognize one or two of you. We need to take care of this. Would you allow me the honor of taking care of your friend?
A moment. I'd like to try to contact the spirit of Philippe and ask him his last wishes.
Francois.
And say
Francois! Philippe is
Sorry,
okay.
Francois! Francois!
Oi!
I'm sorry. Francois.
Philippe's like, well, make sure I
He's
get
like,
a
I am
Here.
okay!
burger, fries, and a Coke.
No,
Um,
Francois. Sorry. I'm just
yeah, you can
Yeah.
go ahead. So
Sad.
you're using speak, or I'm sorry, what was the ability again? I want to say speaker for the dead.
well, I have command spirit, spirit accomplice, which is not in this case, but question the spirits as well.
But I believe that question
Question.
I believe that question the spirits is just a random. Let me double check that, because you're contacting Francois himself.
Mm-hmm.
You call a spirit to you and petition it to answer a few questions. First, you must summon a spirit. If it is a spirit of the dead, you must have personally known that. Okay, there we go. You have an object that was owned. Yeah. You're starting to hear. Well, okay. Go ahead. So we'll call it question the spirits. Do you want to apply any effort?
Yeah. Let's do
1, 2.
2.
Okay. Francois, unfortunately, will have to rest, at least for now. Najak.
Can I re-roll?
Put him on ice. Buy some time.
I like the idea. I just feel like an attempt is an attempt. I mean, if you want to spend XP, yeah, I'll let you re-roll if you wish.
Okay.
It's 1 XP. Same conditions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Uh
6.
yeah. You feel for a moment as if you've touched the edge of his existence, the very perimeter of it. And it's familiar. It's a familiar feel. It's a familiar smell. But it's fleeting and then it is gone. Perhaps it's too soon. Anyone else? Najak again reminds you, my friend.
In answer to Najak, I look at Elay. I look at Henri in the helm. I look to Enzo. I scream at Barbier.
Barbier just hangs her head.
I scream at the monstrosity. And I walk towards the exit.
Henri, Elay, Enzo?
Do we find our way out the same way that I discovered earlier?
Yeah.
To kind of evade any additional attention?
Yeah. That's a good point.
I pat Najak on the arm as I pass them. Sorry, Elay.
Sorry, you too. I gather up Gerald and sort of throw my hood up and try to pretend I'm not sniffling.
Henri?
I gather up the 2 dogs and just head down, just walk away. Disgusted.
And so Najak and Mage Barbier watch as the remaining 4 of you depart. Najak looks to Barbier. And you will all learn this later. But a look passes between the 2 of them. And Barbier's eyes go to Francois' body. And then Barbier disappears into the shadows, which is a remarkable feat given the fact that it is now late morning or even close to noon. And the body is gathered and wrapped. And then again, there is, well, there's a procedure as the body is sealed and taken someplace. And after Barbier disappears, she reappears in a tavern several miles away. There at the tavern, she looks around, waving her hand in front of her face, the smoke away from her nostrils. And as she walks forward, the customers in the tavern slowly but surely begin to stop moving. And there's one gentleman in a corner drinking some ale and carousing a bit. And if Francois had seen this gentleman, he would recognize him as the gentleman that took several of his ciphers only the night before. And the gentleman, rather drunkenly, begins to rise. "Oh, come." And then suddenly, he's overcome and he freezes himself and is thrown back into his seat. What's wrong? What's going on? And his head is thrown back. And then one flap of his robe and then the other is opened and exposed, revealing quite a few ciphers. Then Barbier raises her hand. And again, Francois, if he saw this happen, would recognize two of the ciphers as the two that were stolen from him. She takes them. She turns. And then slowly, as she walks out of the tavern, the figure behind her that Francois would recognize begins to collapse inward on himself, crunching into very small little pieces that pop and fizzle and ooze blood and gore until there's nothing left but a bloody, pulpy spot. And she leaves the tavern, and behind her, the people can hear the uproar raised inside as people start screaming. And Mage Barbier slips into the alleyways, into the dark shadows, heads down into the cavern below, and stands in a large room with shadows rather than walls. And clicking out of the darkness come the praying Pauls. She hands the two ciphers to them. And then they disappear into the darkness. And she whispers, "Go do your duty." And an attendant who is wrapping later that day Francois's body, as they're wrapping it, notices that there are two ciphers that have been placed in his arms. The attendant runs to get Najak. Najak simply smiles and says to wrap him with the ciphers and lay him to rest with that which belongs to him. And so with that, we will end our adventure for tonight. We will find out if, we're going to meet and talk about what we're doing for next time. But for those of you watching at home, thank you very much for giving us your time. Tonight was a little bit longer than normal. I thought it was important to tell a complete tale in this particular case. If this is still awful audio, please know that I will be re-uploading a crystal clear copy for tomorrow, Saturday. Thank you very much for watching. From all of us here, if you could give us a share, a shout out, something to help build our audience, we would love it if more people were watching, and I think my players deserve it. So for all of you at home, all of you viewers, thank you very much. Have a great game, and stay safe. We will see you in 2 weeks.